own caucus members with the vote.
They're right to be mad at me. I think some of them are pretty angry. I think that their job was to make folks who voted for that bill feel like crap, and I think that they succeeded.
And she looks visibly shaken. So that's the Democrat. She was shot just a few hours later, and she's freaked out because her own party is giving her such a hard time for siding with the Republicans. Did you hear that, William?
Yes, I did. So it really sounds like this guy was a Democrat then, right?
Potentially, but who knows? You know, the guy's obviously a maniac too, right? And I can, however, and it's part of the conversation that most of this violence is coming from the left. Now, let's pretend for a moment if you were a MAGA guy and you did this, like they would try to use that against us, right? So I'm reluctant to really use this against them, except when their rhetoric gets so intense that it's like a logical thing. Like, to stop the existential threat, you have to be violent. And that's how they portray Trump, right? A threat to our democracy. You know, if he gets to be president again, America's over. That's like justifying assassination, and it's horrific, and it should be against the law. Many thanks.
Dr. Howard D.C., founder of Balance of Nature and formulator of the fruits and veggies and fiber and spice supplements, has teamed up with veterinarian Dr. Jake to create Dr. Fido's Dog Food Topper, a tasty, nutritious way to enrich your dog's meals. Just scoop, sprinkle, and stir. Here's what Dr. Jake had to say about his personal experience.
I've been using Dr. Fido's for 2 to 3 years now, and my personal dog is now a 16-year-old Red Helix, and he is happier on the Dr. Fido's. I've been super impressed with it, and the nice thing about how it's presented is that the product next in the dog food, it's that easy.
Call 888-388-7297 or go to drfidos.com. That's drphytos.com. And for a limited time, order now and receive a 10% discount with our money-back guarantee by using promo code APPLE.
Just got my car, right here at Dana Ford. Just got my car, right here at Dana Ford.
Hey folks, this is Sid to let you know Dana Ford has one of the largest truck inventories in the area. Right now, save at Dana Ford with employee pricing. Are you in the food services business and need a refrigerated truck? Landscapers, building trades, and general contractors, how about a new dump or pickup truck? Click drivedanatrucks.com. Electricians and plumbers get a custom body utility truck. And if you're in the delivery business, Dana Ford has the transit van or box truck that's right for you. Buy and save with 0.9% APR financing up to 36 months on select 2024 F-150s. Click drivedanatrucks.com for details. Buy or lease and get Dana employee pricing and terms to fit your business. Just visit, call, or click, or Dana will come to you. Dana Ford, Staten Island. drivedanatrucks.com.
Offers with approved credit. The following is a paid issue advertisement.
New Yorkers are already struggling with high costs. So why are politicians in Albany trying to pass extreme new regulations that would make groceries and other everyday products more expensive? Don't they keep promising to lower costs? Legislators are rushing through yet another senseless tax plan, and are considering legislation that's disguised as an environmental solution. Instead, it will increase costs on consumers and local businesses, including higher costs on food and beverages. It will even force some production lines to halt, risking good-paying union jobs, and in some cases, removing household goods from store shelves. Instead of taking a radical approach, legislators should improve recycling without raising costs on shoppers and local businesses. Call your assembly member at 518-455-4100. Tell them to join working families and small businesses in opposing A1749. Brought to you by New Yorkers for Better Recycling, paid for by the American Beverage Association.
The one and only Goya Adobo All-Purpose All-in-One Seasoning, perfect for all seasons. A simple shake is all it takes. Spring, elevate your veggies with a shake of its secret blend of Latin spices. Summer, step up your grilling game by shaking Adobo's bold flavor on your favorite protein. Holiday season, shake some more and add some Latin magic to your favorite holiday roast. Goya Adobo, your all-in-one seasoning for all seasons. Find it in the Goya section of your local grocery store. If it's Goya, it has to be good.
Get peace of mind by planning ahead. St. Charles Cemetery on Long Island is now offering pre-construction sales for its newest community mausoleum, Christ the Good Shepherd. Act now and be among the first to select a prime location. 10% down and up to 10-year payment plans are available with no interest on pre-need purchases. Call 631-249-8700. 631-249-8700. That's 631-249-8700. Or visit ccbklyn.org.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Now, Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
That's what everybody's talking about Judge Janine Pirro.
Sunday morning at 11. It's the Judge Janine Tell All the Towers Foundation Sunday Morning Show.
Hosted by Joe Concha.
Judge Janine Hero.
On 77 WABC. If you're taking a shower and the kids are yelling during Sit-in Friends in the morning and you can't listen, download and subscribe to the podcast. Go download the podcast for Sit-in Friends in the morning. Listen anytime. Go to WABCRadio.com/Sid. You're listening to The Greg Kelly Show.
Maybe you've heard of Palantir. It's a great big data company, software company, cloud company, big company, Palantir, a lot of defense contracts. I don't quite totally understand them. I'm told that there's something possibly to be fearful of. Alex Karp is the guy who started the company, and he runs it now, KARP. I'm just going to play KARP. Not like that radio station in Cincinnati, but this is Alex Karp, and he does say something here that kind of resonates with me a little bit. As for the rest of his agenda, I don't know. But check this out. He's some guy's interviewing him in Chicago. Go ahead.
But what advice would you give today's teenagers?
He's a billionaire, by the way.
Around the skills they need to develop, the things they need to acquire to be successful in this crazy environment that we live in?
Find the thing you're uniquely good at, and then actually, I think, and then make sure your whole life is organized around allowing you to do it. And so, I mean, I manage essentially young people for the last 20 years, and I would say failure one is not willing to accept what they're actually good at. It may not be what you want to be good at. Not organizing your life around that ability. I tell the people who come to Palantir, I've never met someone really successful who had a great social life at 20. If that's what you want, that's great. But you're not going to be successful, and don't blame anyone else.
That's interesting, right there. All right, the guy became a billionaire, although I heard he was like kind of a born with a silver spoon. But a lot of people born with a silver spoon, they throw away the spoon. Then they lose it or they trash it. Now, this guy turned that silver spoon into 10 billion platinum spoons. Didn't have a good social life at 20. I personally did not have a very hot social life at 20. No. Did you, Eric Eggers from the Government Accountability Institute and that great Drill Down podcast with Peter Schweitzer? What were you doing when you were 20?
Oh, that would require a very different platform and type of conversation, Greg, than public radio. But I will say, listening.
Well, what the hell is that supposed to mean? You an adult film or something like that? What were you doing?
No, I enjoyed my 20s, but I would not say I had a terrific social life. It took me a long time to get out of college.
I hear you.
And yeah, it took me a long time to get out of college, but I wouldn't call it a great social life. So it makes me wonder if I will then go on to become quite successful. It sounds like no wonder you're so successful because you didn't have a great social life in your 20s either, which is actually great advice.
Well, it does put things in perspective because when you're 20, you think like, oh my God, I didn't go to this party or nobody. I mean, I don't know. I took things a little bit harder when I was 20. And one thing I can say is like college was not my peak year, you know, or high school. There are people who peak in high school. You know, like, oh my gosh, they're the most popular, they're the most accomplished academically, athletically, and they feel like it's all downhill after that. I'm not in that category.
And they're the ones that always want to come back for the reunions too, for exactly that reason.
As soon as I walk into that reunion, I feel like it's 1987. I really do. It's the same kind of feeling. Although I am something of a big man on campus now, even though we don't do it at the campus, we do it at the country club. And so, Eric, look, I want your thoughts on a couple of things. Number one, Lindsey Graham, the war hawk that he is, I never fully understood that. He thinks we should go all in to help Iran in this conflict. Did you catch wind of that? And what do you make of that?
Yeah, imagine a world, if I told you 5 years ago, Greg, that Lindsey Graham is going to be Team Iran in a future Iran-Israel conflict, would you have believed me, or would you have thought I was back in my 20s? I think it's a great question. It's such a weird time that we're living in. There's so many different angles to this geopolitically. The fact that Israel kind of went with what Marco Rubio said was not with U.S. permission per se. But then people, I mean, and I think there's a lot of different angles that people should be considering. I mean, imagine if this had happened under a Joe Biden administration. Imagine if imagine if the Biden administration has been negotiating with Iran and Israel said, forget that, we're attacking them without your permission. I think people would think a different thing about the Biden administration than people are saying about the Trump administration. And it just shows you how kind of upside down the global order is, largely in a positive way. But it does not surprise me that Lindsey Graham continues to be in favor of things that benefit defense spending, ultimately the United States military-industrial complex.
Do you think this thing gets wrapped up soon? It looks like it's more decisive than anything Iran has done. I mean, Israel has done in a long time. It just seems like they're winning, and it could be over soon, and we'll have a different world order.
You can play this tape back against me in a couple weeks and say how stupid I am. I don't. Only because if you have global conflict like this, I mean, what's the last major global conflict involving two heavyweights like this that resolved itself so quickly? It wasn't Russia and Ukraine. That was supposed to be over 2 weeks. So I think that there is, what we do at the Government Accountability Institute and on our podcast, which you're so kind to always feature, is we try to talk about what's the status quo, how come the status quo doesn't change, and who's making money off of it. And, I think this represents, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that see this as an opportunity for a lot of different things. And I think Lindsey Graham might be one of them.
Wow. All right. So the status quo is an ongoing war with Russia and Ukraine. He wants that thing to keep going. And, man, it boggles my mind. Yeah, there are these hidden agendas, and they're secretive, and they're deceptive about them. And
Well, remember during the budget negotiations a few years ago, and this is when Joe Biden was president, nobody could believe that Mitch McConnell was in favor of expanding domestic spending to the extent that he was. And he said, and with a straight face, and not like a straight face because his face froze before he was freezing all the time. He said, look, if there's one thing Republican voters care about, it's making sure that we defend Ukraine. And everybody else is looking around like, what? That's not what we care about. But I think it just speaks to how ingrained support for some of these very powerful interests has become at the elite level. That's what Donald Trump represents such a threat to. It's one of the reasons why they threw so many different aspects at him to try to keep him from resuming his presidency. And so, yeah, there's always hidden agendas. And I think to his credit, Donald Trump's quite adept at understanding them and leveraging them ultimately to the benefit of the United States and hopefully the United States taxpayer.
And do me a favor, if you can, I want to play, this is Melissa Hortman speaking really just a few hours before she was shot, the Speaker of the Minnesota House of Representatives, and just listen to how freaked out she is because she sided with the Republicans. And, well, we know what happened to her next. Cut 13, if you don't mind, cut 13.
I know that people will be hurt by that vote, and we worked very hard to try to get a budget deal that wouldn't include that provision.
DFL Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman emotional following the House's adjournment from a special session Monday. Hortman was the lone DFL lawmaker to cast a vote to cut Minnesota Care access for undocumented immigrants. It's a move she made with a heavy heart.
I did what leaders do. I stepped up and I got the job done for the people of Minnesota.
The bill was deeply unpopular with members of the DFL caucus. Members have repeatedly expressed frustration that the bill was part of a compromise, one that would ensure the necessary GOP votes to pass the rest of the state budget.
We are tremendously disappointed and gut wrench at this decision, at this compromise that compromises our communities that are most vulnerable.
Portman knows she let down her own caucus members with the vote.
They're right to be mad at me. I think some of them are pretty angry. I think that their job was to make folks who voted for that bill feel like crap, and I think that they succeeded.
So this is one component that I've not seen anywhere, but she had just sided with Republicans and Democrats hated her, and then she was shot, and there's this, this maniac who did it, and people are trying to portray him as MAGA, but no. And if I look at it, and I'm trying to be objective here, I see the violence coming from the left, not the right. You?
Well, I agree with you on the larger trend. In fact, we did our podcast today that if you look at the protests that happened all over the country, the only place you're seeing violence is in these pockets of leftist areas like Los Angeles, where 500 people were arrested, in Portland, where they used a stop sign to break through an ice barrier. I don't know about this lunatic in Minnesota. He appears to have been trying to build a church. He appears to have been consistent with some conservative ideals, but then he's struggling personally. So kind of who knows where he ends up. But I agree with you on the aggregate that violence comes from the left. You didn't see violence at any of the Tea Party protests and rallies. It does unfortunately come from these Antifa-like areas. And ironically, I think the left considers all these No King protests to be somewhat of a failure, because if you look at it, they didn't draw the young, ambitious, and kind of aggravated energy that caused a lot of the violence. It's mostly just the same old white liberals that support these progressive causes that are increasingly out of touch with where mainstream America is.
They are particularly older, aren't they? A lot of grandmothers in their 60s and stuff like that. And do you have your life so organized, so I don't know if I'd ever have everything in its right place enough for me to hit the streets and yelling and screaming and trying to create change in other people's lives. Then again, I do believe that there is a time and a place for that. But seriously, I have too many things to do around the house that I could, everything is so perfect in my life that I could come out and try to straighten out yours. There's something about you, right?
No, it's insane. And here's the irony of it. These things are obviously organized. They're astroturfed by all these Soros-funded Arabella groups. We actually did some unique original reporting on this. We've got $114 million coming from Arabella to these groups that are the partners in these No Kings rallies. And of course, the Arabella is funded by, the George Soroses and the Bill Gates. But as part of the way they've coordinated this effort, they've handed out, signs, they've handed out literature, but they even have a songbook. And if you look at the lyrics of some of the songbooks that they're passing out, the lyrics include, "I went down to the rich man's house to take back what he stole from me." And I'm like, well, whose rich man whose house are you going to? Like George Soros and Bill Gates, people that are giving you the money to go out and do these things? There is no there. They're just upset and, to your point, maybe bored because it's really not that bad under Trump. But they know, they've been told for a decade that Trump's evil, he's Hitler. They also even replaced, there was an African-American spiritual that was about taking down Satan's reign, and now they replaced Satan with Trump. So, they're ramping up their rhetoric, do whatever they can to keep this dying political movement of the Democrat Party alive, and it's not working.
Hey, you and Peter Schweitzer are two of the most informed people I've ever met. And I am curious how you, what you read, when you read, how do you read it? It is literally a waste of time, I think, to spend your time digesting traditional media. It's not to be trusted. However, you can go to original source documents, and you can go to a select few websites and news sources. What do you guys do? How do you do it? Because you guys really do, and you have stuff that nobody else has. What's your routine for that?
Well, I will tell you, going back to how we started this interview with the Palantir guy, we're fortunate to employ a number of socially awkward and lonely 20-year-olds who do a great job of going to these websites and scraping 990s and pulling data that allow us to do some analysis. That's actually where we got the $114.8 million number from. So, we try, it's there. Well, I live in Florida, and so we kind of get spoiled by the amount of information that's publicly available. But you can go to these nonprofit websites. You can go try to find primary source documents and information. There's groups there's things like GuideStar and Citizen Audit, or USASpending.gov, but you want to get, to your point, not to the aggregators. You don't want to get to the mainstream reporting. You want to look at the original source documents. And when you're there, you can see, find the numbers and kind of figure out what the constellation fact patterns are. Peter Schweizer says the thing, he goes, the problem isn't a lack of information, it's too much information. You have to know what the information means and how to connect it with other things, and that's what we try to do.
Well, you do an amazing job at it. And the Drill Down Podcast, wherever you get your podcast. And one more thing, Eric, how did you get into just tell us, give us your life story, if you would, in a nutshell.
My life story. Actually, Greg, I will tell you, back in my wasted 20s, I got a phone call, and it was somebody asking if Eric was there, and I thought it was Visa, to whom I owed some money. So I said no. And it turned out it was a guy who worked for a radio station, and he wanted me to come in and start doing a show on Saturday morning. And I did it for free for a number of years, and I got hired to produce a news talk radio show. And I did that for about 8 years, and that's how I met Peter Schweizer. He said he was going to start up this nonprofit organization, and I said, well, I'd love to talk to you about that, because I was working in corporate radio, and Greg, as you may be aware, sometimes working in corporate radio can be challenging. So I left there and took the job with Peter in 2012, and I've been with him ever since. Been fortunate to produce some films and some documentaries, and now we do this podcast together and just try to help with trying to advance investigative research to expose cronyism and corruption in our federal government. We've been blessed to be successful at that.
That's amazing. And by the way, though, this is independent. This is very independent. The boss of the company, the owner, is right upstairs, and it's independent. He doesn't have he's the guy, and he is so accessible and keeps us in the loop. And so it's not like working for, MNC multinational corporation that has a radio station, you know what I mean, as one of its 10,000 interests.
I know very much what you mean. It's nice to be at a place that they know your name. You're not just a line item on a spreadsheet, I'm sure.
Well, I love hearing that, man, and give our best to Peter Schweizer and the Drill Down Podcast. It's amazing. Eric, so are you. We appreciate it, pal. Eric Eggers, everybody.
Well, let me just also say, no one's more amazing than my 3 children who've been incredibly quiet in the car in this interview. So shout out to them as well. But thank you, Greg. It's always great to talk to you.
Damn, it sounds like you're in the think tank. Sounds like you are. Listen to that. All right, kids, you're awesome. All 3 of you, 4 of you, however many Eric has. Thanks a lot, pal. We'll be right back.
Greg Kelly.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation supports America's greatest heroes, U.S. service members and first responders who die or are catastrophically injured in the line of duty. Plus, the foundation helps homeless veterans. The heroes that Tunnel to Towers supports are heroes we owe a debt of gratitude to. The foundation's Gold Star, Fallen First Responder, Smart Home, and Homeless Veteran programs honor the sacrifices made for us by the men and women who risked their lives and bodies for our country and our communities. The foundation's Never Forget programs engage people in 9/11 remembrance across America with over 80 runs, walks, and climbs, and dozens of golf outings every year. The Tunnel to Towers 9/11 Institute helps educate children in kindergarten through 12th grade about America's darkest day while helping our nation to keep its vow to never forget. Help support Tunnel to Towers, its programs, and never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of our country's greatest heroes. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Life insurers put life into the things you live for. The new factory that's hiring your neighbors. Maintenance on the bridge that keeps traffic flowing. The paycheck that puts pizza night on the table. Life insurers contribute $8 trillion to communities and local economies through bond purchases and other investments, and protect the financial security of 90 million American families, like yours. See how life insurers put life into America at acli.com. Paid for by the American Council of Life Insurers.
Now, the latest from the 77 WABC Newsroom.
A former director of the CIA and retired Army general is giving a status update on the Middle East.
General David Petraeus appeared on WABC's The Cats Roundtable.
I'm actually out in the Middle East right now. I'm in Abu Dhabi and the UAE. I was earlier at the Qatar Economic Forum in Doha, prior to that in Dubai. And the conversation here has inevitably led to what will we, together with the countries in the region, especially potentially Israel, do about Iran and its nuclear program. I think there's a unique opportunity right now because of what has taken place over the last year and a half, to get a deal that ensures that Iran never gets a nuclear device.
Petraeus says Hezbollah's influence in the region is shrinking.
It's really transformed even the political situation in Lebanon. They finally have agreed on a president and a speaker for the parliament, and the Lebanese armed forces now are maintaining security north of the Israeli border to prevent Hezbollah from terrorizing 70,000 Israeli citizens that could be reached by rockets from that location. That's a dramatic change. And then Iran will be unable to reconstitute Hezbollah as they did in the past because Syria is now no longer in the hands of an ally, Bashar al-Assad, the murderous Bashar al-Assad, but that regime was overthrown. Bashar al-Assad and his wife fled to Russia, and we're now seeing what is still uncertain, but where there's a possibility for the first time in decades for the Syrian people to have governance that represents all of them, all of the ethnic, sectarian, tribal elements in a country where so many of the fault lines of the Middle East run.
You can hear more of the Cats Roundtable Sunday mornings from 8 to 10 a.m. or listen anytime as a podcast on the WABC radio app. I'm Liz Radavali for 77 WABC News.
This is the Greg Kelly Show.
I think he might be a game changer in this race. Listen to that speech. It's going to go over well in certain precincts in Iowa, New Hampshire. This is a big deal. This is not a joke. What a smart guy. Actually, not that smart. It's just that he got his ass to the event. Greg Kelly in 2015, June 16, 2015, actually taking the trouble to go to an event and listening. Imagine that. Listening to a speech, not tweeting, not texting during the speech. You know, not making faces, not offering commentary during the speech, just listening to it and realizing, man, that's exactly what America needs. It was 10 years ago today, President Trump made his big entrance coming down that escalator, the most famous escalator in the world. America doesn't win anymore. And I knew he was right. And not at that moment, but by February, I thought, you know what? He can do it. He's the one who can make it right. And there's just no way he can be. I just could not imagine him being wrong. And I couldn't imagine him losing either. I also had this thought that one day his message could be like Reagan-esque in terms of success, like 49 state margin of victory, which in our lifetimes, we actually had that. 1984. We weren't always so split and crazy. Yes, Mike, hello. The one in, that Mike, hi.
Craig, how are you? I was at a No Kings rally in Pequannock, New Jersey, and when I tell you there were 70, 80-year-old women giving men the signs like they have a little you-know-what, and they were saying it to them, because Trump supporter men have a little, I can't say it on the radio, but I said to them, you're like a grandmother. I said, what is wrong with you? And they all have this twinkle in their eyes, not a twinkle, it's like a madness, you know, and then even signs saying, too bad they missed. I mean, we're talking to older people here, and I said to them, they say with age comes wisdom. What happened to all of you? You know, it's just, and what you're witnessing in Los Angeles, people waving their other country's flag, burning cars, that's a real insurrection right there. That's 100% real insurrection. You know, one good thing about all this, Greg, about 3/4 of them were about from 60, 70, 80 years old. Another bunch of them were confused, if you know what I mean. And some were just kids just didn't know what they were talking about and brainwashed. So it's, I don't know, it's pretty sad that older people act that way.
Well, it's a little, it's a little unusual to hear the stridency. It's strange. It is, but look, I'm not going to use their age against them, right? You shouldn't either, right? I mean, you know, just there are plenty of young people who are all screwed up, middle-aged people. Maybe they have the time, maybe they have, they have the space in their life to come out on the street. but it is peculiar, and I don't think we've seen this before. Mike, thank you. Let's go to the other Mike. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, hey.
My wife is a first grade teacher. She's 58 years old, and she is by far the most requested first grade teacher in her school. And you know why that is? Because she has basic values, and she actually teaches children how to read.
She teaches them how to read.
At first grade, that's the most important grade there is, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, that's terrific. How did she like I remember my first grade teacher, Mrs. McAllister. She was one strict woman, and she didn't like me all that much. I had a string of some teachers who I was just on the wrong side of. Mrs. McAllister in Schubert's school. Yikes. And then there was Mrs. Bowen, who was also a bit of a authoritarian mad woman. And then there was Mrs. McCauley, who was slightly nicer. And then there was Mrs. Keys, another person who just didn't dig Greg Kelly. And then Mr. Lapper, Fred Lapper, greatest teacher of my life, changed my life in the 6th grade. Thank God, sir. Wow, Mr. Fred Lapper.
This is New York's talk leader, the crown jewel of talk radio. WABC New York, WRCR Haverstraw, and 107.1 WLIR Hampton Bays. News first at 59 past the hour. 77 WABC News starts now.
77 WABC News, first at 59 past the hour, 64 degrees. Skies are overcast on this Monday, June 16th. Good afternoon, I'm James Flippin. The New York City Police Department has announced a citywide expansion of a crackdown on so-called quality of life crimes. Mayor Eric Adams says a 2-month pilot program involving a new quality of life division and a handful of precincts has resulted in 6,100 summons and 357 arrests.
When you look at the vending, the substance abuse, abandoned vehicles, illegal mopeds, all of these items play into the feeling of being unsafe.
Police say the pilot program, which involves quality of life police teams, will be formed at every precinct and public housing command starting mid-next month. In California, Governor Gavin Newsom and President Trump remain at odds over National Guard troops on the streets of L.A.
A 3-judge panel is expected to hear arguments from both sides. Newsom says the National Guard is under his jurisdiction, and Trump only sent them to instill fear in the community. President Trump says he has the right to federalize the troops, and they were sent to protect law enforcement that were trying to disperse violent and rowdy crowds during protests against ICE raids. I'm Jason Campidonia.
A judge has extended an order blocking the Trump White House from banning international students at Harvard University. That came out of a Boston federal court hearing today that put the White House against the school. Lawyers for the White House argued Harvard can't be trusted because the school isn't properly monitoring its students or sufficiently cracking down on anti-Semitism. Harvard's attorney said the university is being retaliated against for not bending to the administration's demands. Former New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez is set to report to federal prison tomorrow.
Menendez, who is appealing, was found guilty and sentenced to 11 years in prison for accepting cash, gold bars, and a Mercedes, along with acting as a foreign agent for Egypt. His wife Nadine was also found guilty in the scheme and will be sentenced in September after her June sentencing was moved so she could attend her daughter's wedding. Lisa G., 77 WABC News.
New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy is hosting AI leaders at Princeton University today to discuss how states can use the technology for their benefit. And this as Senate Republicans are working to advance President Trump's big, beautiful bill, which calls for banning states from regulating AI for 10 years' time. Murphy hosting a panel with AI experts from around the country, topics like how to use AI responsibly to strengthen state government and solve some of its most difficult problems. 2 of the 4 detainees who broke through a wall and escaped from a federal immigration detention center in Newark last week have been captured.
2 other detainees are still on the loose today. Those with loved ones who've been held at the Newark ICE detention center say they're not being well fed, so that's what led to the revolt and escape last week.
He's lost over 25 pounds. He tells his wife and he tells us that when he gets up, he gets really dizzy because of the malnutrition. But they told them that was part of the tactic, so they can just go ahead and sign and not deport themselves.
All 4 men who escaped are in the country illegally and have been charged with crimes by local police in both New Jersey and New York City. Noam Layton, WABC News.
Israel is issuing an evacuation warning for residents in northeast Tehran. In a post on X this morning, an IDF spokesperson said, in the coming hours, the IDF will operate in the area in line with its actions in recent days across Tehran to attack military facilities belonging to the Iranian regime. Iran and Israel have been exchanging deadly strikes for days, President Trump urging the 2 sides to make a deal. Israel says Iran has launched about 350 ballistic missiles at the country since Friday, and the Israeli military says most of those were intercepted by air defense systems. The suspect in the murders of a Minnesota state lawmaker and her husband was arrested last night after what's being described as the largest manhunt in that state's history.
Vance Bolter was captured alive near Green Isle. He's accused of killing state lawmaker Melissa Hortman and her husband. He's also accused of shooting Democratic Senator John Hoffman and his wife. I'm Chris Carraggio.
And Belter has now been hit with federal charges of murder and stalking. WABC News Time, 3:04, sports, weather, and Wall Street next.
Sid Rosenberg spoke with NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch. If you thought you knew what was going on in New York City, think again.
We just had the safest May on record for shootings and murders. What do you, Commissioner, attribute that to?
We know where the violence occurs in this city, and we have flooded those parts of the city with cops. This is precision policing.
Download the full interview now at WABCRadio.com and the WABC Radio app.
Sid and Friends in the Morning, 77 WABC.
Coming up at 3:55 p.m. Listen to Dominic Carter for the Tunnel of Towers Foundation Dominic's Final Thoughts on 77 WABC. There's perspective.
You just gotta keep an open mind.
And then there's New York perspective.
One man's lie is another man's fact. It's kind of the anti-American rhetoric.
Talk Radio 77 WABC. 77 WABC News, continuing the tradition of delivering the best radio news.
77 WABC Chime Time 3:05 in sports. MLB superstar Shohei Ohtani is one of the game's best hitters. When healthy, he's a stud on the mound. And he'll take the ball tonight for the first time in Dodger Blue.
It will be the first time Ohtani pitches in a major league game since undergoing right elbow surgery in 2023 when he was with the LA Angels. The Dodgers initially said Ohtani would not pitch until after the All-Star break in mid-July. The Dodgers, who are riddled with pitching injuries right now, host the division rival San Diego Padres at 7:10 p.m. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And on Wall Street today, stocks are in positive territory. The Dow up over 300 points as oil prices have fallen from their recent highs. From the 77 WABC Weather Center, today a slight chance of rain, cloudy otherwise, a high near 67. Rain is possible again overnight with a low near 64. WABC News Time, 3:06. Dominic Carter is next. 64 and overcast in Midtown. I'm James Flippin. The news never stops at WABCRadio.com.
To the world, it's Dominic Carter.
And I am beginning this hour thanking Barrett Media and the reporter on the story, Garrett C. Wright, and of course our owner-operators of this network, John Catsimatidis, Margot Catsimatidis, for believing in me. The article that's done by Barrett Media on this 3 to 4 p.m. show stating Dominic Carter is off to a strong start, but is nowhere near done. and it's an article about how substantial our ratings are, especially from when we started a year ago in this time slot. And that's thanks to you folks. And if you get a chance, it's pinned to the top of my Twitter. You can see the article for yourself. Again, it's done by Barrett Media. And just go to @DominicTV, @DominicTV. You can post a comment there as well that I may use live during this hour. Or, of course, you can also follow me. Again, thanks to John and Margot Catsimatidis. And we see your calls already coming in. 800-848-9222. Now, even our court officers are under attack. A maniac barges into a New York City courthouse and slashes officers in the neck, face, in a chaotic scene. The maniac barging into the courthouse in Lower Manhattan, one of them, slashing two officers in the neck and face. A shocking attack this morning. Also, we're dealing with the Minnesota lawmaker shooting suspect hit with federal charges, stalking charges, faces life in prison or death. And the shooting suspect, Vance Belter, got into a shootout at one point with police at the home of former House Speaker Melissa Hortman before barging in, killing her and her husband. The other lawmaker, I guess he's the fortunate one because he lived the first shooting. He and his wife, they were shot at 17 times, hit 17 times. Police have discovered 3 AK-47 rifles and the names of other public officials after capturing him following this 2-day manhunt. New York City Mayor Eric Adams stating what I've been saying for a while, but the mayor on Fox News stating this morning that the Democratic Party left him and the working class when they started to call President Trump Hitler and fired ABC correspondent Terry Moran. Terry Moran says he wasn't drunk, that he was not drunk before sending that Stephen Miller tweet. And he claims that the network broke an oral agreement to re-sign him. That's what Mr. Moran says. We'll have some details a bit later. He's stating he wrote it, it's true, and he spoke out with the New York Times that he was not drunk. But two things I want you to hear. That's his version of it. Two things I want you to hear. One, Mayor Adams on Fox and Friends this morning stating what many of us have put on the table, that we didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left us. But the mayor adding the working class as well. This is what he had to say again on Fox and Friends.
The extreme arm of the party did go too far. I say it all the time. I didn't leave the party left me. The party left working class people. When they were starting to call in the President Hitler and other fascists, I said, that's not what working class people are concerned about. We need to talk about affordability, housing, public safety, these bread and butter issues. It has gone too far left, an arm of the party, and far too many working class people are saying, start talking about my issues.
And also, what I want you to hear, this is interesting. So, Iran, their missiles kills 8 people in Israel. Israel strikes back, attacking the state-run Iranian TV during a live broadcast, and I say, bravo, Israel. Israel striking Iran in the middle of a live broadcast. That's actually what it sounded like as the bombing hit the state-run broadcast. As I said at the top of the hour, and we see your calls coming in, a maniac barged into a courthouse, Lower Manhattan courthouse this morning, slashing 2 officers in the neck and face, and it appears that it was a targeted attack. this nut job, 37-year-old Jonathan Wall, ran into the lobby of Manhattan Criminal Court, one of the busiest courts in the country, at 100 Center Street around 9:30 a.m. and suddenly ambushed the officers with a knife. Can you imagine this type of scenario? He cut one of the officers twice on the face and sliced the other on the neck before shoving a third into a barrier in the main lobby on the south side of the building. And everything's captured on surveillance video. And again, it appears to be a targeted attack of the uniformed officers working the security detail at the courthouse. And good for the officers, a group of officers could be seen taking this animal down to the ground and then carrying him out of the courthouse with his feet up in the air. So they immediately rushed him and subdued him near a bank of the magnetometers in front of the lobby area, disarming him and taking him into custody. A horrible situation. The injured officers hospitalized in stable condition. This nut job did not even have a court appearance scheduled today, and the motive for the attack officially is unknown. I want you to hear this. This is the U.S. Attorney for Minnesota, Joe Thompson, talking about the suspect taken into custody, Vance Belter. And he got into a shootout with police at the second location, the house of former House Speaker Melissa Hortman, her home, before killing her and her husband. This, the U.S. Attorney.
Belter then traveled to Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, in the home of Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman. At approximately 3:30 a.m., Belter arrived at Representative Hortman's house in his black SUV with the police license plates. He parked in the driveway and left the emergency lights on his SUV flashing as if he was a police officer. Belter approached Representative Hortman's home, again dressed as a police officer, wearing the tactical vest and body armor, and wearing that hyper-realistic mask. He was armed and carrying a flashlight. Before he entered the home, 2 Brooklyn Park police officers arrived at the scene. They too had been dispatched to check on Representative Hortman after learning of the shooting of Senator Hoffman. When they arrived at the scene, they saw Belter's black SUV parked in the driveway with the emergency lights flashing, and they saw Belter standing in front of the house several feet from the door. When Belter saw the officers get out of the car, he drew his weapon and began firing. He rushed into the house through the front door, firing into it. He repeatedly fired into the house, and when he entered, he murdered Representative Hortman and her husband, Mark. The Brooklyn Park police officers fired at Belter as he rushed into the home, but he escaped into the home and out the back. Officers recovered Belter's 9mm Beretta, along with the body armor and the mask, behind the home along his path of flight when he fled on foot. They later searched Belter's car, where they found 5 more firearms, including assault-style rifles and a large quantity of ammunition. Belter also had in his car notebooks containing a list of more than 45 Minnesota state and federal elected officials, including Representative Hortman. Now, Belter planned his attack carefully. He researched his victims and their families. He used the internet and other tools to find their addresses and names, the names of the family members. He conducted surveillance of their homes and took notes about the location of their homes.
The U.S. Attorney for Minnesota, Joe Thompson. Let's begin with your telephone calls. Let's start with line 3, Santiago in the Bronx. What's on your mind, Santiago?
Hey, Dominic, I just wanted to
commend you for the broadcast. I switched over from FM radio altogether. Probably listen to maybe 10 or 5%. Most of the time, it's always WABC. And, you know, you inspire a lot of people. I try to tell a lot of people, hey, you know, stop listening to FM, you know, freaking morons, like Curtis Neal says. Listen to Dominic, listen to Greg, listen to these guys.
Hey, Santiago, wait, are you on speakerphone? Because it sounds like you're in Africa somewhere.
I was on Bluetooth speaker.
Okay,
no,
please, in the future, and for everyone, try not to call on a Bluetooth speaker because it may sound perfectly normal to you. We could barely understand your words. But thank you for the very kind words, Santiago. And I think it's great advice to switch. Really just made my day. Thank you. Let's go to line 4, Eduardo in Tampa, Florida. What's on your mind, sir?
Yeah, Dominic, we're so happy to hear the arrest of this person in Minnesota. I told your producer, one of her last votes was the.
We talked about it last night. She crossed party lines to vote with Republicans, and I think that's what got her killed.
Undocumented. I was so glad that the technology and also the alertness of people to call law enforcement and let them know where this person was.
And drones and so on. It's a new day. It's a complete new day.
I hope in the future there's better relationships with having maybe people posted in different locations with the supervision of police, so they were able to get criminals off the street faster, or they can report their disturbances in the street faster.
Well, citizens were very effective. Thank you for the call and getting this guy into custody. And then they were so fast, even if he wanted to take his life, he didn't have time to do so. And he was placed into custody. We've got to take a break. We are coming right back.
It's Dominic Carter.
Did you know that your largest investment asset might not be your retirement account or home? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. Most people don't realize that their life insurance policy is actually an asset they can sell. But for almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. We've even created a free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com so you can find out in seconds what we might pay for your policy. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Knowing the value of your life insurance policy is as important as knowing the value of your home, your equity portfolio, or your finances in total. Discover the valuable information you need to understand the current market value for your life insurance, and then get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Visit abacuspays.com to learn more and use our free policy value calculator today.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month. Level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 800-786-9161. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-786-9161. Remember, 1-800-786-9161. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk.
So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headaches, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhealth.com. Sponsored by Merck.
To make fun a sure thing this summer, the New Jersey Lottery is hosting an interactive experience at Asbury Park, filled with events, games, and prizes, only through July 17th. And be sure to play the new Sure Thing scratch-offs, all about the Jersey Shore, with a $500,000 top prize.
A lot has changed since Goya launched its coconut water. Leg warmers in the 80s.
Here we go. 1, 2, turn around.
Dancing lambada in the 90s. And in the 2000s, waiting hours to connect to the internet. But what hasn't changed is that Goya coconut water continues to be deliciously refreshing and has that sweet tropical flavor you love so much. Goya coconut water, so good, it's always in style. Find it in the Goya section of your local grocery store. If it's Goya, it has to be good.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Now, pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Just got my car, right here at Dana Ford. Just got my car, right here at Dana Ford.
Hey folks, this is Sid to let you know Dana Ford has one of the largest truck inventories in the area. Right now, save at Dana Ford with employee pricing. Are you in the food services business and need a refrigerated truck? Landscapers, building trades, and general contractors, how about a new dump or pickup truck? Click DriveDanaTrucks.com. Electricians and plumbers get a custom body utility truck. And if you're in the delivery business, Dana Ford has the transit van or box truck that's right for you. Buy and save with 0.9% APR financing up to 36 months on select 2024 F-150s. Click DriveDanaTrucks.com for details. Buy or lease and get Dana employee pricing and terms to fit your business. Just visit, call, or click, or Dana will come to you. Dana Ford, Staten Island. DriveDanaTrucks.com.
Offers with approved credit.
From New York City to the world, it's Dominic Carter.
Looking at my Twitter right now, Debbie Lobato, Staten Island. Debbie says, Dominic, I don't want to hear any excuses about this guy who slashed the court officers in the lobby of criminal court, that he has mental illness or anything else. We shouldn't waste our money on trials or anything else. Guy has to be put in jail. End of story. That's what Debbie says. But of course, he's going to get 3 hots in a cot. And, you know, his mama didn't have, she didn't have enough money, and they didn't have a mansion. And so that's why he did the things that he did. But I really feel, I know we can't do this, but I really feel, I work a lot with court officers, and I really feel that they should be the jury, the judge, and the executioner. The officers that hem this guy up and picked him up with his feet up off the air. Let them take him in the back and be the judge, the jury, and the executioner. I promise you it won't happen again. Let's go back to your telephone calls. Let's go to Grant, line 3. Calling from Jerusalem. Grant, what's on your mind?
Yeah, hey Dominic.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm here with my family for the weekend. We obviously got caught up here, but you know, I think we should just keep praying for the people of Israel and the state of Israel, and hopefully everything will be, you know, there will be a very safe conclusion.
Well, we can hope for the best. Do you know when you plan on leaving Israel to come back, or you're going to be there for a while, or what's your status?
Yeah, well, my family and I, we had a flight that was supposed to leave on Sunday night. That obviously was canceled. And, you know, I'm fine with staying here as long as it takes for this operation to, you know, do the state of Israel the good that it's supposed to do. And if Israel can demilitarize Iran and take away their nuclear capabilities, that'll do the world a whole good deal of good.
Indeed. Absolutely, Grant. And just please do me a favor. Please try your best to stay safe, you and your family. And just know that all of our hearts are with the people of Israel in this very trying time. Thank you, Grant, calling in from Jerusalem. Let's go to line 5. Tony and the Boogie Down Bronx. Tony, what's on your mind?
How you doing, Dominic? I just want to say congratulations on the super huge ratings. Been a fan for a very long time.
Well, hey, Tony, whoa, Tony. I know this is going to sound like Modest City, right? But no joke. It's not on me. It's on the three people that put this together. Margot Catsimatidis, John Catsimatidis, Chad Lopez, the president of the company, and of course you folks. You folks are the one. I'm amazed every day, Tony, the calls that come in, first-time callers from people that I would never think were listening, and indeed that's the case. So you guys got it going on, and it's a pat on the back for you, the listeners. But go right ahead, Tony. Thank you.
You got it. And just 2 quick points. I've always said that politicians, police officers, judges, public, their addresses should not be public. You should not be able to Google somebody's address because they made a political vote. They're a public office or a police officer who made an arrest you and agree with. Now you're going to show up to his house and try to harm him. Like, I don't get why their addresses are so public and anybody can show up. Now this guy's going to get charged. Of course, he's going to plead with that or whatever it is, and then he'll go to jail forever for life and get the eyes of the cop. And meanwhile, this is tragic, And then also to the court officers, kudos on them for subduing this guy. Right. But I guarantee you that if they couldn't.
Tony, I apologize. I'm completely out of time here. We are coming right back.
Roger Stone here for Colonial Metals Group. Pay attention, because China is leading the largest anti-American alliance since World War II. One that's already dumped U.S. bonds, grabbed 43 million acres of our farmland, and is plotting to dethrone the dollar. That's why IRA and 401k savers are protecting their savings with gold. Go to freegoldguide.com/stone or call 800-747-6589 for your free gold guide on how to protect your wealth with gold, and it's 100% tax-free.
There's something happening in St. Petersburg, Florida, and resort living could be yours with 361 days of sunshine when you live at the residences at 400 Central in St. Petersburg, Florida. Opening this fall. Call 727-205-8517. That's 727-205-8517. The residences at 400 Central in St. Petersburg, Florida. Go to 400central.com. That's the number 400central.com.
This is Positively Ernie. Now, here's Ernie Anastas.
And here I am following stories in the news, what people are talking about with a positive viewpoint. Let's talk about tipping. What was once a gesture of appreciation now seems to be a source of annoyance. For example, if you use a credit card to buy fast food or over-the-counter purchase, you're asked to tip with a list of percentage choices. Richard Wildman is a consumer expert. Richard, is this tipping a carryover from the pandemic when, people were helping those out of work?
A lot of it is, and the other thing that's influenced this is things like Uber, as an example. If you take an Uber, you take a Lyft, what do you get on your phone? Rate it and tip it, and tip the driver. So what's happened is people today, companies, individuals, et cetera, are in a place where costs are up, inflation's high, so now we're into forced tipping. It used to be, as you said, you got tipped for good service. Not anymore. Now you have to tip to even get service.
Well, now some people are feeling guilty about it and also having tipping fatigue, right?
That's exactly right. And rightfully so, because All of our costs are up, every single individual buying anything. And to be in this position where you feel like you're not doing the right thing by putting some indication of tip in there, often now on many of these monitors, you don't even get the option to no tip. You have to tip.
You have to. So what's the best way to handle it? Your advice?
Best way to handle it is to do what you always do. When you have someone who's thoughtful, kind, empathetic, caring, that really takes care of you, when you come up to the counter, they greet you, they're positive and they're friendly. We want to stay positive. So what do? I'm going to tip that person. Somebody that's grumpy could care less, but I'm there. Sorry, I'm going to skip the tip.
Well, there you go. Well, thank you so much, Richard, for helping us out to navigate through the new tipping experience we're having. I'm Ernie Anastas with positive news you can use on 77 WABC.
For more positivity, listen anytime. Download and subscribe to Positively Ernie the podcast. Go to WABCRadio.com and the 77 WABC app.
The views and opinions expressed by the individual hosts and their guests do not necessarily reflect the policies or positions of WABC Radio, its management, or its sponsors.
You matter, and so does your well-being. Call, text, or chat 988, New Jersey Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, for free 24/7 support with mental health, suicide, or substance use concerns for you or someone you love. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Lunch was great. Greenwich Village is a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Tell your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Coming up at 3:55 p.m., listen to Dominic Carter for the Tamala Towers Foundation Dominic's Final Thoughts on 77 WABC. Get in the zone tonight at 8 with Roger Stone.
In the Stone Zone. Join me in the Stone Zone as I tell you what's going on behind the scenes in today's American political landscape. I'll tell you all about how we're draining the swamp and ensuring that America is really made great again.
Tonight at 8. City to the world. It's Dominic Carter.
As I have mentioned before, the beautiful Liz in Florida, she sent me a big basket with all of this healthy food, and I'm eating it. I'm trying, Carlos, I'm trying to do the right thing, right? I'm trying. Sometimes. But you talk about a shaky morning. So this is the second time this has happened to me. I had to have a nuclear stress test this morning, right? And the hard part for me is that it takes a minimum of 4 to 5 hours. And I had to be there by 7:30 a.m. at Columbia Presbyterian. And so the second hard part for me is 24 hours prior, no chocolate, no caffeine. So no soda, no caffeine. I've been doing pretty good leaving the soda alone. But yesterday, and Carlos, it just like calls me. You know, I haven't had it for months, and then it'll just be like, you want this Dr. Pepper or this Diet Pepsi. You need this Diet Pepsi. You can't do without this Diet Pepsi, right? So for Father's Day, all I wanted, Carlos, right, was quiet. It was the best Father's Day ever. We didn't go out. I didn't spend $400 for a meal for the family. Just nice and quiet, and they permitted me to stay home. No dinner, no. My wife did barbecues, some nice steaks and so on, but I got to do what I wanted to do. So rather than spend $1,000 to have the gutters cleaned, I got up on the ladder with my wife spotting me and my son, who's pretty husky. And I'm not going up to the top level because if something goes wrong and I fall from up there, that's break leg territory, right? Or break neck territory. So I'm up and I'm pulling all this stuff out, and it's like ill, but it felt so good. It felt so good to just do what I wanted to do. And so the stress test, it's remarkable. They shoot you with something. I know it's called a nuclear stress test, and they shoot you with something, right? And in the past, when I did a stress test, I would have to, get on the treadmill, 1,001, 1,002, 1,003, running at incredible levels to get your heart rate up. Now, with these nuclear stress tests, they just shoot you with something, and you feel like you're about to, I'm not going to say have a heart attack, but you feel like you just played against the New York Jets and lost. That's how out of breath you are. And they have you on this bed, and there's a doctor there, and there's a nurse there, and they're monitoring you, and they have the EKG, and there's blood pressure. And so they shoot you with this dye, and you got to sign this form. 1 in 10,000 do have heart attacks. But Mr. Carter, that shouldn't happen to you. And so they do it, and then they take pictures of the heart in real time to make sure that there's no blockage of the arteries. And so my doctor is doing it precautionary, and I'll get the results tonight. So I was on 3 hours sleep from the midnight show last night until having to get up to get to Columbia University. But thank you to the doctors at Columbia. And please, folks, no emails about health. I got it. I had the best Father's Day ever. Nobody bothered me for anything. Don't ask me for anything. I don't want to go out and be public anywhere. I don't want to go to dinner. I don't want to do it. I just want to stay home and be to myself because I have to work tonight. So, Carlos, does that sound cool? A decent Father's Day?
It's not bad, to be honest.
Not bad. Carlos, I've done the
you
going
wanted
out
to chill,
to
you wanted to do
restaurants.
nothing, and then you listed all these things like.
Well, it's got to get done. It's got to get done. I haven't done those gutters in years, so I had to put on 3 pair of gloves on each hand, but it was still what I wanted to do.
If you had fun, nothing to be said.
Right, I had fun. So I also want to deal with so that was my morning, a nuclear stress test that takes 4 to 5 hours at Columbia Presbyterian. So I want to deal with something I dealt with this morning. I still can't believe this ungrateful young lady and what she did. She goes by the name of Baby Naza. And again, I already did the story, but I'm going to do it again. So she did the national anthem in Spanish at the Dodger game on Saturday in LA, even though the Dodgers told her to do it in English. She got up there, and there was a rendition done by President Roosevelt. He approved it back in, I think, 1945, whoever the president was in 1945, as a goodwill gesture for Mexico to come up with a version of the national anthem. And so she did it as a way to protest on the issue of immigration. So you're going to hear in the beginning, you're going to hear the Dodger official. You have to listen carefully. Tell her, no, we're doing the song in English. And then she's going to do a little bit of it in Spanish anyway. And then she's going to give us this great explanation of why she just had to do it in Spanish.
Okay, we are going to do the song in English today, so I'm not sure if that wasn't Spanish or if that wasn't related.
Alright, bear with me, because I'm still very shipping up and emotional, and Anyways, I just got home from singing the national anthem in Spanish at the Dodgers game, and it is the official Star Spangled Banner in Spanish. You can Google it. So I'll just read it to you really quick, but it was officially commissioned in 1945 by the U.S. State Department as a part of President Franklin Roosevelt's Good Neighbor policy to foster a better relationship with Latin America. Because of this, I didn't think I would be met with any sort of like, no, especially because we're in LA and with everything happening. And I've sang the national anthem many times in my life, but there was today out of all days. I could not. I'm sorry. Yeah, I just could not believe when she walked in and told me no. But I just felt like I needed to do it. Para mi gente. For anyone who's been following me for a while, you know, everything I do is out of love, good energy out of love, and I'm proud of myself for doing that today. Because my parents are immigrants, and they've been citizens like my whole life at this point. They got documented really early, but I just can't imagine them being ripped away from me, even at this age, like, let alone like a little kid. Like, what are we doing? Anyways, sorry. This is a whole different side of me that y'all never see, but thank you for all the sweet messages. I love you guys so much. Safe to say I'm never allowed in that stadium ever again. But I love you guys so much. I love you guys.
I love you guys. I think it's safe to say I'm never going to be allowed in that stadium again. That's the understatement of the year. Dominic Carter here with you, 800-848-9222. Let's get back to some of your telephone calls. Let's go to line 3, Josh in Connecticut. Josh, what's on your mind?
Hey, Dominic, good to hear you. Take my call.
Wait, Josh, are you on a speakerphone? It sounds awful.
Oh, I'll change that. I'm in my plug, my ear.
Okay,
my ear.
I've already said this hour, do not call that way. And then we got to lose time waiting for you.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
All right. So, Lance Bollitter, okay, now that you cannot really compare him to what the Italian kid did to the insurance, the head of the insurance company when he assassinated him. I don't know if a lot of people are doing that. I just believe that those millions and millions of children, there's a better way to do what he did, because obviously it's a statement of, how can you abort millions and millions of people, and then make a big hoorah about.
Wait, I'm lost, Josh. Josh, I'm lost. You're making the comparison between the shooter of the HMO and this guy in Minnesota, but now you just went left again and you're talking about children. I'm lost.
Well, obviously he loves the children. So
when you say he, who's he?
Lance Bollitter.
The Minnesota. How are you? Where are you reaching that from?
Well, he's basically going after the lawmakers that, say abortion's okay.
No, that's not the only thing that he did. He went after, he's far left in his politics. And the female lawmaker, she voted with Republicans to block health care for immigrants. And I strongly believe that is the sole reason why she was targeted. The other official, I don't know. I don't like thank you for the call, Josh. I don't like getting in the minds of these nuts. Who cares their logic? Because we're sort of playing a game. Oh, well, why did he do it? And is it justified? And does it compare to Mangione? They're nuts. They're nuts. And nuts do what a caller prior said something that I agree with. Unfortunately, on anyone You can find anything on the internet in less than 5 minutes. And it's very dangerous because, frankly, some people that are listening to me right now are probably certifiable. And they believe that they hear me or you saying something that is a calling to them to do X amount. You should see some of the letters that I receive in the mail. There's this one guy that sends me at least three mails a month. He lives, I forgot his name. It's completely not relevant. He's mad that I'm not black enough. And so he sends me, oh, you're doing such a great job, and I'm sure your owners, I know the audience loves you because you go against the black community. He lives someplace in the village, and this nut finds a reason to send me 3 letters a month saying the same exact thing. I haven't responded to a single one because it's a complete waste of my time. But these are the things that you know. So I don't like talking about you know, their motivations. People that do stuff like this, they're nuts. That simple. They're nuts. You know, their books that they wrote. You know, the Tennessee shooter. Remember her, the lesbian woman that shot up the elementary school? Oh, what's in the manifesto? That's just my personal belief. Some people are big into that. Let's go to Frankie, line 3, Newark, New Jersey. What's on your mind, Frankie?
Good afternoon, Mr. Carter. I just heard you speaking on the nuclear test. I had 2 of them already, and I believe I was told that they shoot you up with a very low dosage of radioactive material, believe it or not.
It burns a little bit. It's amazing that within 3 minutes you can feel like you're completely, you know, as soon as they put it in, you start having a hard time breathing, as they explained to me. And I started not to mention it because I don't want to get emails about, oh, you got to take care of yourself. I don't want to hear all of that stuff. But, you know, but that's how my day started out. So, Frankie, you're okay right after you had yours.
Yeah, I'm a senior citizen. I'm 77, and yeah, it's just, I was teasing the people in the waiting room and said, if they shut the lights off, we're all going to be glowing a little green. All right, Dominic, have a fine afternoon, all right?
Thank you, Frankie. That's good. That's good. So, Carlos, am I glowing? No, my normal tone. That's good what Frankie just said. Folks, we see all your calls. And if you can't get through right now, as I always say, just hit redial. 30 seconds, a minute later, one of the lines will clear up. Time for a break. We are coming right back.
It's Dominic Carter.
Donate now to ToysForTots.org. Working year-round, delivering hope to children at Christmas time and beyond. In 2024, Toys for Tots provided over 30 million toys to nearly 13 million children in need. Donate now. Go to ToysForTots.org. Since 1947, Toys for Tots has distributed 708 million toys to 314 million deserving children. Working year-round. Toys for Tots. Donate now. Go to ToysForTots.org.
Listen to this podcast now
on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Building Bridges, that which unites us. A thought-provoking new podcast series hosted by Michael Hirschman, CEO of Soloviev Group.
I'm Michael Hirschman. Join me as I tackle vital national topics that affect the man on the street to the executive suite with unscripted, authentic perspectives that spark in-depth discussions with experts in the field.
Go to buildingbridges.nyc to watch episodes or download wherever you get your podcasts.
Dr. Howard D.C., founder of Balance of Nature and formulator of the fruits and veggies and fiber and spice supplements, has teamed up with veterinarian Dr. Jake to create Dr. Fido's Dog Food Topper, a tasty, nutritious way to enrich your dog's meals. Just scoop, sprinkle, and stir. Here's what Dr. Jake had to say about his personal experience.
I've been using Dr. Fido's for 2 to 3 years now, and my personal dog is now a 16-year-old Red Healer, and she is happier on the Dr. Fidos. I've been super impressed with it, and the nice thing about how it's presented is that the product next gen the dog food. It's that easy.
Call 888-388-7297 or go to drphytos.com. That's drphytos.com. And for a limited time, order now and receive a 10% discount with our money-back guarantee by using promo code APPLE.
D'Agostino, Law Bite Back. I'm injury attorney John Ryan D'Agostino, nicknamed The Closer, continuing D'Agostino and Associates' legacy of helping the injured for over 35 years. My father, John D'Agostino, built this injury firm to help accident victims.
This is John D'Agostino, and this is a family firm. For us, it's about doing what's right and making sure somebody pays for your pain. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. One Tough Cop with Bo Dietl.
He's the commissioner of the Nassau County Police Department. Patrick, welcome to the show. Every cop kills out. These are the same officers that took the job and had children. They never was able to have Christmas with them or grandchildren, see their grandchildren. At what point do you draw the line? We're feeling bad about this, but everyone's out of jail. It's got to irk your stomach.
What irks me is that those that want the judges will not do our jobs. They want to sit there and pass judgment everything you do, but they won't even put on the uniform for one day and walk a street. The same people that are sitting and passing judgment and changing these laws and making it harder on us, they signed up to serve the public as a whole, not individual little groups. And if they took a step back and say, hey, is my law that I'm about to pass going to help my community or hurt my community? It's going to hurt your community.
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform.
And now, it's time for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation Final Thoughts.
And the Tunnel to Towers Foundation final thoughts of the day. The video is already out of that madman nut that in the lobby of the courthouse where you go in through the magnetometers. He charges towards the court officers, stabbing two of them, slashing two of them, I should say. Of course, he has 18 prior arrests. Why should that surprise anyone? I guess it's just the standard operating procedure. For criminals, 1001, 1002, 1003. Each 1000 is a crime you get to commit for free. And they don't pay attention these days until you hit at least 18, 19, until you at least kill somebody. It's just the way things are in Democrat-run cities. Back to your telephone calls. Let's go to Eddie, line 3 in Pomona. Eddie, what's on your mind?
Hey, Dominic. First of all, hopefully you get good lab results back from all your testing.
Oh, thank you.
And second of all, the other day at the so-called No Kings rally, you hear shouting 86-47, and you hear all the rhetoric from the left about how it's okay to go after him, and then when something happens, you have no one to blame but them.
Well, I don't know. The rhetoric is not good. The president now, thank God, has the full protection detail of the President of the United States of America, which is pretty good and pretty strong. So let's just hope that fate stays on our side and on behalf of the American people, because we need this man, President Trump, to fix the country. Eddie, thank you for the great call. Line 2, Linda, New Jersey. What's on your mind, Linda?
Hey, I would like to say I was a charge nurse in a New York City skilled care nursing home for 5 years. And the administration was always looking to admit the sickest patients that they could find to bring into the nursing home, because that's where they got the most money. So my question to you is, do you think that Cuomo was using the carrot and the stick, or money and the favors as far as his actions and putting them in a nursing home, when instead he could have used Jacob Javits Center or the medical ship that Trump sent him.
Okay, but that's unrealistic, Linda. When are we going to be honest about this? The fact that Trump is a Republican, Cuomo is a Democrat, that was never going to happen. We could say it a million times. It was the right thing to do, but it was never, ever, ever going to happen. To understand how polarized our country is to understand that was never an option for Cuomo. And it's unfortunate what happened as a result. You sent them back to the nursing home, and we, nursing homes, plural, and we see what happened. And it's a scar that's going to stay with him for the rest of his life. But Linda, to keep bringing this up, it was never, I don't understand what's so hard to understand. Cuomo was a Democrat, Trump is a Republican, Cuomo was never going to do that. What is so hard to understand?
I'll tell you why. Because if New York City was on fire and Trump sent him a horse and he only had a turtle, he would have taken Trump's horse out of town.
It depends. The partisan politics is so bad. You see, here's what I'm trying to say. For Cuomo or any Democrat, okay, look at what happened to Mayor Adams. Mayor Adams, quote unquote, for lack of a better term, got in bed with Trump. What happened to his career as a Democrat? You tell me. The bottom line is, if you're a Democrat and you associate with Trump, you're done in Democratic politics. It's that simple. I don't understand what's so hard to get about it. It shouldn't be that way. Our politics should never be that way, but it is. If you're a Democrat and you do anything to make Trump look good or assign yourself with Trump, you're done in Democratic politics. Why do you think Eric Adams is running as an independent now?
I really don't know. I'm not really following up on.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm trying to answer for you, Linda. It's a kiss of death. I'm not saying it's right, but if you're a Democrat and you cross party lines to do anything to work with Trump, you are a dead man walking as a Democrat, and it's that simple. Linda, thank you for the great call. To all of you folks holding on, I apologize. All it takes is $11 a month. Donate $11 a month to the Tunnel to Towers Foundation at T2T.org. Since 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been supporting America's heroes like Mark Hobart. Mark was born into a military family. His father served for 25 years, and his grandfather fought in World War II. Mark turned his childhood dream of serving into a reality when he enlisted in the United States Army. He served multiple tours, including 3 in Afghanistan. On his 4th tour, he stepped on an IED. He lost 2 of his fingers and both of his legs. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation provided Mark and his family with a mortgage-free smart home, which enables Mark to live more independently. Mark and so many others have paid a high price protecting our country and communities. Friends like you have helped to say thank you to Mark and so many others, not just with words, but through help even more of America's heroes like Mark by supporting Tunnel to Towers. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
This is New York's talk leader, the crown jewel of talk radio. WABC New York, WRCR Haverstraw, and 107.1 WLIR Hampton Bays. News first at 59 past the hour.
77 WABC News
starts now.
77 WABC News, first at 59 past the hour, warming up a bit, up to 67 degrees under overcast skies on this Monday, June 16th. Good afternoon. I'm James Flippin. Murder and stalking charges have been filed against the man accused of killing a Minnesota state lawmaker as well as her husband, Vince Belter, allegedly wore a creepy mask and shot dead former Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband at their home. Democratic State Senator John Hoffman and his wife were seriously wounded. in the weekend attack. Acting U.S. Attorney for Minnesota, Joseph Thompson, also said Belter visited the homes of two other lawmakers with the intention of harming them, but one wasn't home at the time, and police scared the guy off at the other residence. Belter making his initial court appearance this afternoon. In Massachusetts, murder suspect Karen Reed is being denied a motion to amend verdict slips as the jury deliberates. In that case, today, Reed explained why her lawyers wanted to add not guilty boxes to each of the lesser offenses, ranging from involuntary manslaughter to drunk driving. Here's Reed.
I think what happened last year with the same verdict form explains that the jurors themselves found it confusing, and it said as much. So we just wanted to avoid that again. So we'll just move forward and wait on the jury.
The lawyers say not having the not guilty option on those charges led to a deadlocked jury last time, but the judge disagreed, as Reed's lawyers say she's being framed by local police for the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe, her ex-boyfriend. She's charged with second-degree murder, accused of hitting him with her SUV back in 2022 and then leaving him to die in a snowstorm. President Trump is ramping up ICE raids, which have sparked major protests in Los Angeles and elsewhere. Yesterday, Trump announced he's directing his administration to use every resource possible on mass deportation efforts. And he mentioned increasing enforcement actions in LA, Chicago, and New York, as well as other cities he considers the core of the Democratic power center. A juror is being dismissed in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs here in New York. The judge said he had concerns about the juror's candor after he gave conflicting responses as to whether he resided in New York or in New Jersey. The defense had objected to a black juror being replaced by a white alternate, saying it would make the panel less diverse. And there may also be a problem with another juror due to information he may have leaked to a colleague. Israel is warning residents in northeast Tehran to evacuate. In a post on X this morning, an IDF spokesperson said in the coming hours, the IDF will operate in the area to attack military facilities belonging to the Iranian regime. Iran and Israel have been exchanging strikes for 4 days now. Israel has reported 24 deaths. Iran says 224 people have been killed. President Trump continuing to call for two countries to make a deal. Mayor Adams is getting a lot of heat after hosting a social media influencer at Gracie Mansion that many people have said is anti-Semitic.
Sneeko has been banned from Twitch for his hateful comments about Jews, so many were surprised when Mayor Adams was seen this weekend smoking cigars with the 26-year-old on the patio at Gracie Mansion as he gave the streamer an interview.
Has no fillers, no chemicals. It's the most organic cigar.
Local lawmakers quick to pounce on Adams. Bronx Congressman Richie Torres taking to X to shame Adams for the sit-down. City Hall responding to the uproar, releasing a statement saying while Mayor Adams does not share the views of all who interview him, his values remain unwavering. Noam Layden, WABC News.
Former Governor Andrew Cuomo wants to be mayor, seeking the Democratic nomination, and Cuomo went on the offense as early voting got underway this weekend.
Cuomo has been leading in most polls for the crowded Democratic mayoral primary, but Queens Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani is gaining momentum. Cuomo says Mamdani has no experience.
You have to know how to make government work. And if you have no experience whatsoever in making government work, you're a two-term assembly person who's passed 3 bills.
The winner of the Democratic primary will go on to face Guardian Angels founder and WABC's very own Curtis Sliwa in the general election, along with current Mayor Eric Adams, who is running as an independent. I'm Liz Radabali for 77 WABC News.
A new study suggests adding more fruits and vegetables to your diet can help you get quality sleep. Researchers from the University of Chicago and Columbia University found that eating more fruits, vegetables, and whole grains can help you get better sleep. The study's co-authors said adjusting your diet could be a new and cost-friendly way to get better sleep, as researchers estimate that eating the recommended 5 cups of fruit and veggies a day could improve sleep by 16%. In sports, the NFL offseason continues to roll on, with the Giants ready to open mandatory minicamp tomorrow. New York, one of 6 teams across the league holding its minicamp this week. Training camp will begin next month. And on Wall Street today, stocks finished in positive territory as oil prices fell off their recent highs. And here's your forecast from the 77 WABC Weather Center. A chance of light rain today, cloudy, a high near 67. Overnight, more light rainfall is possible, cloudy otherwise, a low near 64. WABC News Time, 4:06. Bo Snerdley, a.k.a. James Golden, coming your way next. We've got 67 degrees under overcast skies in Midtown, and I'm James Flippin.
Attention Ditto Heads. Attention Bo Scouts.
Goes by the pseudonym Bo Snerdley.
It's time for the Soul of Excellence.
He is a radio host here in New York.
The Rush Hour is on the air.
Rush.
Now here's James Golden.
Welcome, my friends, to the Monday edition of Bo Snerdley's Rush Hour. The fastest hour in American media. And of course, there is no lack of news. There never is. The fire hose of news continues to gush throughout America. As we wrapped up our program on Saturday morning, we got word of a shooting in Minnesota. 2 separate shootings, actually. And that has captivated, in some ways, news coverage over the weekend. Today, last night, there was a break in the case. The alleged assassin of Minnesota Speaker Melissa Hortman and others was captured. We have a report from that. There was also a lot of speculation as to what the motives were. Very early on in the case, it appeared that there might be some tie-in to votes that were taken concerning illegal immigration that the left in America doesn't like. So speculation began that perhaps this was a leftist shooter. Later, as the days started to pass and more information about the shooter emerged, it turned out that this shooter, who had been appointed by Minnesota Governor Tim Walz to serve the state in 2 different functions, 2 different times. It turned out that that information appeared to be correct. New York Post was the first place that I read where the shooter was identified as a Republican. Then videos started emerging of his talks in Africa and other places. Turns out then that the left went on a rampage, assuming that this was a right-winger, et cetera, et cetera. There was talk about a manifesto all weekend. The manifesto had been found along with the No Kings rally flyers in the man's car. That fueled a lot of speculation. This is going to take a bit to sort out. Even though he's captured, there is a lot of information that might appear to be contradictory to some. For instance, this business with the manifesto. There was a presser today. U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson from Minnesota was questioned by reporters. Carlos, that's cut 4 rather than me explain what's in it. Let's just join that part of the presser by recorded file. Here it is.
When you identify the potential motive here, it is widely reported that the hit list contained names of people who are abortion rights supporters. And also, can you please release the names of the 2 other targeted victims who were pushing for it to get ready?
As I said, with respect to the other 2 potential victims, I think it's up to them whether they want to publicly identify themselves. As I said, it wouldn't surprise me if they do. They're elected officials. But that's their right. Obviously, they may have families and children and privacy interests that they need to sort through. So I'll let them do that. With respect to the potential motive, let me say this. There's been a lot of press coverage and speculation and discussion of a manifesto. I've seen nothing like a Unabomber-style manifesto in his writings. He had many, many notebooks full of plans, lists of names, surveillance, efforts that he took to surveil and locate the home addresses and family members' relationships with these elected officials. but I have not seen anything involving some sort of political screed or manifesto that would clearly identify what motivated him. Obviously, his primary motive was to go out and murder people. They were all elected officials. They were all Democrats. Beyond that, I think it's just way too speculative for anyone that's reviewed these materials to know and to say what was motivating him in terms of ideology or specific issues. There's a lot of
abortion rights supporters.
There were some abortion rights supporters, I believe, on the list, but again, there was dozens and dozens and dozens of names on, hundreds of pages of documents that were recovered with his writings on them.
Did he confess and give more details after he was apprehended last night?
I'm not going to comment on that at this time.
So we don't know whether he's confessed, whether they have more details. What we do know is whatever the talk that is going on about his intentions and so forth, it may be still too early to draw conclusions, firm conclusions from it. We have other pieces of audio. Bill de Blasio, one, seeming to blame Donald Trump. Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon. Now, Oregon in particular, I don't think we'll just do this one right now. Cut 9, Carlos. This guy, Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon, is, to me, one of the most egregious statements, and I'll explain why after you listen.
There was a state representative, Democratic leader of the state legislature in Minnesota killed over the weekend, a state senator shot. How would you describe the current political atmosphere in this country this morning?
I feel like Trump has really popped the lid off the rhetoric and the sense of hate and violence and promoted this type of an environment. It's profoundly disturbing for all of us. We have seen increased threats across the country. You're probably familiar with the pizza threats. We've seen more of that where pizzas or other food is delivered to people's families that they haven't ordered, just to say from the right wing, we know who you are, we know where you live. I can tell you all of our families feel a greatly heightened sense. And just let me just say, my heart goes out to the families in Minnesota. How horrific for the whole country, but particularly we're holding the folks in Minnesota in our hearts.
We had no place in this country for political violence of any kind.
Except in Portland, Oregon, where this senator supposedly represents. What happened in Portland, Oregon over the weekend is a national disgrace. You had Antifa out on the streets. They tried to breach the ICE center in Portland, Oregon. They tried to set it on fire. They repeatedly tried to not only burn the place down, at one point they were launching what appeared to be fireworks at it. It could be other explosive device. They were openly rioting the streets. These people were beating down people that they considered to be their enemies throughout. Antifa has been doing this in 2 cities in America, unchecked, apparently for years. When I say it's unchecked, yeah, you see some minor police activity, but nowhere near to stop it. These thugs seem to operate freely in Portland, Oregon, and in Seattle with impunity, Seattle, Washington. Portland is a city that is devastated. In the aftermath of the the BLM riots, George Floyd, all of that business, they burned that city. The arsons were crazy. The violence, crazy. It continues to this day. It continued to this weekend. And here you have this guy talking about judges and others facing threats because they get pizzas in the mail, while you have people literally trying to kill and trying to destroy federal buildings in his state. He never mentions it. None of the Democrats ever mention it. He talks about Trump, blaming Trump on the violence. These leftists in Oregon have been committing violence for years. And this hypocrite, it is, let me, rather than call him a hypocrite, say it is hypocritical of this senator to sit down and whine and talk about violence when nobody on the left will talk about these domestic terrorists that run freely in Oregon, that run freely in Seattle, that show up in almost every city now. They are a highly organized group of anarchists, domestic terrorists. Not a word. But he's going to sit here on CNN and whine about pizza that's delivered and presume to know who's sending the pizza? And Coach, you look at this is what's been going on. There have been some federal judges and other judges who have pizzas sent to their house. They didn't order the pizzas. And this has, quote unquote, been a cause for alarm. There have been stories written about it in all the mainstream outlets. These pizzas are threatening, these deliveries, because the message apparently is that, as he said, we know where you live. Yes.
Pizza from where?
From local pizza shops. Somebody's calling local pizza shops in the area, sending pizza deliveries to these judges' houses. And yeah, it's wrong, whoever's doing it. It's wrong. But it pales in comparison to the actual violence that Antifa and other left-wing terrorist groups have been fomenting and have been actively participating in this country, including Donald Trump's first inauguration in Washington, D.C. They were out vandalizing and committing arson there. And this group is still running around. Every time you see these videos of them actively engaging, in some cases, with law officials, fighting them. And always in Portland or in Seattle, where these videos come from, law enforcement seems to be overwhelmed by these people. And I don't understand for the life of me why they don't have a 3,000-4,000 force strong to take every one of these terrorists in jail and keep them there for years. But it never seems to happen. And you never hear anything about it from any of these Democrats like Jeff Merkley or Bill de Blasio, who was out. Now, we will play some of the other stuff we have a chance from this horrid situation that happened in Minnesota. Let me be very clear about it. I don't care whether this guy is right-wing, left-wing, what he did, he deserves a federal death penalty. That's what happens. What he did. These political assassinations must stop. And however, whatever means to stop them needs to be done. There's nobody on the right side that's going to say this is okay, this is right. Unlike what you're hearing from the left. The left, as we go into the break, I'll tell you what, Carlos, why don't we just play one of the people who was at the No Kings, and her reaction after visiting No Kings, cut 14, and then after that, Carlos, let's just head right to the break. But here we go.
Hey, Donald Hussein Trump. I just got back from a big party we had. A couple of us got together, about 50,000 or so, in the greatest city in the world, to talk about how much we hate you. We had fun doing it. Kind of running down the list of reasons we hate you. We couldn't decide on just one, you know? Ugly, stupid, fascist, dictator, power hungry, money hungry. Take a struggle. But it was nice to get together on your birthday and talk about what a piece of you are and how soon you will be dead, and we will all dance upon your grave and teach our children to do the same. So now I'm just home and I'm enjoying this really delicious piece of cheesecake that would frankly kill you if you had even one bite of it. And I'm hanging out with my cats. No kids. No man. Feeling pretty good. So I just wanted to say thank you. Sorry it rains on your little tank parade, but I had a great time.
Rhetoric from the left. We could play these all day long. 1970, Mongo Jerry. At number one, with this one, in the summertime, James Coleman's family. Oh, by the way, Princess Di has weighed in, not to mention of the multiple pizza orders sent to swatted conservatives in the past few weeks, and that's been happening, including Kash Patel has been swatted. You don't hear about that. And then you say the pizza, and then she advises all of us, this whole pizza thing that this hypocritical senator from Oregon is talking about, those pizzas are not from right-wingers, but they are going to right-wingers. James Golden Slurry coming back. Fastest hour in American media continues.
This is The Rush Hour with James Golden.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man aged 45, non-smoker, can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month. Level rate for 10 years. Or a man aged 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote. 800-786-9161. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-786-9161. Remember, 1-800-786-9161. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Donate now to ToysForTots.org. Working year-round, delivering hope to children at Christmas time and beyond. In 2024, Toys for Tots provided over 30 million toys to nearly 13 million children in need. Donate now. Go to ToysForTots.org. Since 1947, Toys for Tots has distributed 708 million toys to 314 million deserving children. Working year-round. Toys for Tots. Donate now. Go to ToysForTots.org.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
The following is a paid issue advertisement.
New Yorkers are already struggling with high costs. So why are politicians in Albany trying to pass extreme new regulations that would make groceries and other everyday products more expensive? Don't they keep promising to lower costs? Legislators are rushing through yet another senseless tax plan, and they're considering legislation that's disguised as an environmental solution. Instead, it will increase costs on consumers and local businesses, including higher costs on food and beverages. It will even force some production lines to halt, risking good-paying union jobs, and in some cases, removing household goods from store shelves. Instead of taking a radical approach, legislators should improve recycling without raising costs on shoppers and local businesses. Call your assembly member at 518-455-4100. Tell them to join working families and small businesses in opposing A1749. Brought to you by New Yorkers for Better Recycling, paid for by the American Beverage Association.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. If you're over 50 and tired of your wireless bill getting higher and higher, there are 4 things to consider. 1, how much data are you really using? As we get older, we use less data on our wireless phone, but you're probably still paying for an unlimited plan that was designed for 20-somethings. 2, if you see Get a Phone on Us, get your sneakers out and run the other way. No one is giving you a free phone. You are paying for that phone over time with an overpriced rate plan and a long-term commitment. 3, check the fine print on that $15 a month plan. It's probably an intro price that'll double or triple later. You might even have to pay for several months of service up front. Number 4, be aware of cable company wireless plans. Most of your usage will be on Wi-Fi instead of 5G, and your calls and battery life could suffer. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable, nationwide service without the big wireless bill. Our plans start at just $20 a month.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto-paying e-billing. See site for additional facts.
James Golden, known popularly as Most Nerdly.
This is The Rush Hour with James Golden.
Rush. But we started with Alex Rozier. He is live in downtown LA where that protester was hit by a car. Alex.
Kathy and Carolyn, that 20-year-old protester was hit by a car after they were blocking traffic near Pershing Square. The violent hit and run was captured on camera. New video shows the scene at 5th and Hill around 7:30 tonight when a protester was run over by the driver in this red Toyota. They hit someone, they ran over her leg. Protesters said they were blocking the intersection when the woman was hit. After the crash, the driver took off. Minutes later, paramedics rushed the injured protester to the hospital.
She's thankfully safe, but this is what's kind of going on.
The video, folks, a bunch of them swarm this car. This woman stands in front of a car just trying to go about its business. The car did what cars do. It drove. And then she toppled back under the car, and sadly, one of her legs got run over. Standing in front of a car, moving car to block it, so that other protesters can swarm it. Lucky, she wasn't in Florida, because we already know what happened. Anyway, 1979 Electric Light Orchestra starts 5 weeks at number 1. This was their first number 1 LP, Discovery, and on it, Shine a Little Love, this one, Don't Bring Me Down, and another hit off that record, The Diary of Forrest Wimp. James Golden is Nerdly. Yeah, thank you. The Mets. On Flag Day, ladies and gentlemen, the New York Mets played the national anthem. While they were playing the national anthem, the New York Mets did not show on their Jumbotron the American flag. Instead, the New York Mets put up a pride flag during the Star-Spangled Banner. On Flag Day, the day when Americans celebrate Old Glory, our flag. The New York Mets decided the pride flag was appropriate for Flag Day instead of the American flag. And then there are the Dodgers. That's another story. Their singer sang the national anthem in Spanish as protest. We're coming back. Do not go away.
Dr. Howard Deasy, founder of Balance of Nature and formulator of the fruits and veggies and fiber and spice supplements, has teamed up with veterinarian Dr. Jake to create Dr. Fido's Dog Food Topper, a tasty, nutritious way to enrich your dog's meals. Just scoop, sprinkle, and stir. Here's what Dr. Jake had to say about his personal experience.
I've been using Dr. Fido's for 2 to 3 years now, and my personal dog is now a 16-year-old Red Gila, and she is happier on the Dr. Fido's. I've been super impressed with it, and the nice thing about how it's presented is that the product next in the dog food, it's that easy.
Call 888-388-7297 or go to drfidos.com. That's drphytos.com. And for a limited time, order now and receive a 10% discount with our money-back guarantee by using promo code APPLE.
WABC Traffic and Transit.
Sponsored by D'Agostino and Associates, the injury firm. Call 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222. West on the Belt Parkway at Cross Bay Boulevard, there's an accident blocking a lane. South on the Springbrook, just before Route 100B, a crash. And we have delays on the southbound B, D, and Q trains because of a broken rail near Atlantic Avenue. That's 77 WABC Traffic and Transit. I'm Lisa Ritchie.
Accident victims. I'm John D'Agostino from D'Agostino and Associates, the injury firm. 1-800-BITE-BACK. 1-800-248-3222. Call me for a free consultation. D'Agostino Law Bite Back.
Lunch was great. Greenwich Village is a fun spot. Can we stop at a bathroom? Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Tell your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
This is the 77 WABC Market Report.
Stocks rose and oil prices fell today. Going into the close, the Dow was up 295 points, the S&P 500 was up 52 points, the NASDAQ was up 279. Those are gains of up to 1.5%. And oil prices fell 2.5% to $71 a barrel. It was a surprising day in stocks, given that Israel and Iran kept attacking each other, including Israeli attacks on some of Iran's oil facilities that could affect the whole world's economy. But stocks rose on hopes the war will be contained after the Wall Street Journal reported Iran has sent word that it's open to restarting negotiations with the U.S., so markets seem to take Iran's word. Sam Stovall, chief investment strategist at CFRA Investment, says that's because Iran has no choice. Israel contains their airspace now, and Iran is hurting. He says today's gains were also to offset some of Friday's losses. Today's gains may be a one-day event, but we'll know when we know. Top gainers included Las Vegas and travel stocks, advanced micro devices, graphics and other chips. Chase, IBM, Amazon, and Salesforce also rose. Google apologized for a major cloud outage. They say they'll audit all their systems, both automated and human. With business, I'm Joe Connolly.
Keep listening for more. This is the 77 WABC Market Report.
This is a 77 WABC News Katz and Cosby update. Last week on the show, John and Rita talked with Republican nominee for governor in New Jersey, Jack Ciattarelli, on the issues New Jersey faces. If you want change, give Republicans a chance. Representative Brandon Gill told John and Rita how looting and rioting won't come to Texas.
What you're not going to see in Texas is rioters and looters burning our cities to the ground.
A new Katz and Cosby today at 5 p.m. on 77 WABC.
Everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
James Golden, known popularly as most nerdly.
This is The Rush Hour with James Golden.
Rush. My husband and my son, my 7-year-old son, just walked out the door to go to a no case protest. And I'm staying home because my other son does not feel well. And as we were walking out the door, I said, "Thank you for being so brave and going and doing this." And my son looked at me and said, "Will it change things?" And I said, "I hope so, buddy. I hope so."
1941, Lamont Dozier is born. American songwriter, record producer Lamont Dozier of Holland, Dozier, and Holly fame. They wrote so many hits. 14 U.S. Billboard #1 hits. For the Supremes, Four Tops, Marvin Gaye, Martha Reeves, and the Vandellas. And then went on to do Frida Payne and chairman of the board on Invictus record label. That was after they left Motown. You know so many of their hits. This one, You Keep Me Hanging On, Shake Me, Wake Me When It's Over, You Can't Hurry Love, I Can't Help Myself, Where Did Our Love Go, Baby Love, This Old Heart of Mine by the Isleys, How Sweet It Is to Be Loved by You, first recorded by Marvin and then James Taylor. So many hits. Happy heavenly birthday to Lamont Dozier. Passed away in 2022, 81 years old. James Kohler started with you, fastest hour in American media. Now, before we got to the break, I also mentioned, aside from the New York Mets with their horrific middle finger to the United States of America, and that's what it was, the Mets put up their collective, the New York Mets, from Citi Field, put up their collective middle finger to the United States of America on Flag Day, and just pretty much said, blank you. This is what we care about. Screw your American flag. This is the flag that we care to honor on Flag Day. This decision, I don't know who made it, but somebody in the New York Mets office, apparently or somebody's, decided that giving America the middle finger on Flag Day was an appropriate thing to do. Out on the left coast of America, Neza. Vanessa Hernandez, more commonly known as Nessa, sang the official Spanish version of the Star-Spangled Banner, commissioned by Democrat President Franklin Delano Roosevelt in 1945, but nonetheless, she posted a video on TikTok to make sure that we all knew the backstory. And the backstory was the Dodger employee telling her, listen, we're going to do this song in English today. I'm not sure if that wasn't relayed to you. Was it relayed to making sure she understood that the request from the New York Dodgers, having invited her to sing the Star-Spangled Banner, was to sing it in English. But she decided that she was going to put on a Dominican Republic shirt to sing the Spanish version. And that's what she did. I just felt like I needed to do it, she said. Especially because we're in LA with everything happening. I've sang the national anthem many times in life, but today of all days, I couldn't sing your stinky American version of the national anthem, which is what she's telling us. Another middle finger to the people of America. Again, on Flag Day in the United States of America. Now, I mentioned this before the break and got an instant reaction. Carlos?
How are we doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you this afternoon, Carlos?
I'm doing great, actually. Actually, no. I was great, but now it's raining today again. But I'm guessing you're not referencing to that.
No, I'm not talking about the rain, Carlos.
Okay. I mean, baseball is... I think I mean, people make mistakes, you know, but she's still pretty cute, to be honest.
So let's focus on what's important here.
You know, if she turns out to be another Rachel Zegler, the Snow White actress, yeah, I'm gonna retract that statement. But for now, I'm gonna stick with the cute part.
is cool because she's pretty.
Oh, no, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. Don't twist my words. I don't want ICE knocking on my door. No.
Feminists love you today, Carlos.
No, I just
Let me just understand. Let me just
might be able to forgive. Might, because
she's cute. Because she's cute. So she gets a pass on this because she's cute. Okay. Thank you, Carlos.
Anytime.
I appreciate it, Carlos. Okay. She's cute. All right, let's visit Tim Walz, shall we? Let's go back to Minneapolis, where we started the program from. The governor of Minnesota had this to say at a presser after Vance Bolter was arrested. And last night, this is the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz.
A moment in this country where we watch violence erupt. This cannot be the norm. It cannot be the way that we deal with our political differences. Now's the time for us to recommit to the core values of this country. And each and every one of us can do it. Talk to a neighbor rather than arguing. Debate an issue. Shake hands. Find common ground. This is who Melissa Hortman was. In the first negotiating session that I had a chance to work with her, she got all the partners in the room, and she provided each and every one of us a copy of a book called Getting to Yes. And the whole premise was debating with a sense of goodwill, a sense of trying to come to compromises that serve everyone. And because of her, we did that. Because of her, we did that year after year after year. That's the embodiment of how things are supposed to work. It's not about hatred. It's not about mean tweets. It's not about demeaning someone. It's leading with grace and compassion and vision and compromise and decency. That was taken from us in Minnesota with the murder of Speaker Hortman. So for each and every one of us to truly honor, and we will continue to honor that spirit, but we will need to do it in just more than actions in a memorial. Conducting ourselves in the spirit that Melissa Hortman did her work is what the country needs to heal.
Okay. And may I remind you, since he pointed to this is who Melissa Hortman was, may I just briefly remind you of who Tim Walz is?
What happened in Minnesota is horrific. This is not right. It is not normal. It is not justifiable.
No, that's the same one.
Tolerated violence, political violence of any kind is not acceptable.
You're right. You're right. Keep playing it. Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump's modern-day Gestapo is scooping folks up off the streets. They're in unmarked vans, wearing masks, being shipped off to foreign torture dungeons. No chance to mount a defense, not even a chance to kiss a loved one goodbye. Just grabbed up by masked agents, shoved into those vans, and disappeared. To be clear, there's no way for us to know whether they were actually criminals or not. It's not hyperbole to say we're not far from a world where anyone could get that knock at a door. And there's no guarantee you'd get your day in court, or that you'd ever make it home alive from whatever corner of the world they stick you in. Now, if Trump and his folks want to come for Minnesotans, we need to make sure that there's a firewall that they have to come through before they get to them.
Yeah, that's Peace and Love. Minnesota's Tim Walz. That's who Tim Walz is. And those are just some of the statements that he has made recently. So now you had started to play Cory Booker. Had some remarks as well. And I have to just be honest about something. Let's listen to Cory Booker, Spartacus, and his reaction to what happened in Minnesota.
What happened in Minnesota is horrific. This is not right. It is not normal. It is not justifiable and should not be tolerated. Violence, political violence of any kind is not acceptable. And the context and rhetoric and actions that spawn violence too should not be tolerated. Assassinations and assassination attempt, murders and a murder attempt. And all of us should be grieving in this moment and sending our heart and our love to that whole community, especially to the individuals and families affected. But dear God, we've got to look at the context in which this has happened. We are dealing with a context in our country right now that is leading us where more and more of these events happen, and it is unacceptable. We must demand more from each other, and we must do more to end what seems to be more and more a pattern in our country that undermines everything we say we are and must be to one another.
Well, that's Spartacus. Cory Booker, after, of course, these tragic events in Minnesota. Now, I have to be honest, folks. As soon as I heard Spartacus saying what he said, I said, well, you know, okay, that's well and good now. Peace, love, and happiness. Peace, love, and sorrow in this case. But I wonder where Cory Booker was after the assassination attempts of Donald J. Trump. Because there were a lot of Democrats that didn't say a word about it. A lot of them. I said, you know what? I'm going to go look and see if Spartacus said anything after the first assassination attempt on President Donald Trump's life. And you know what? He actually did. And this is what he said.
What is patriotism if not love of country? And you cannot love your country unless you love your countrymen and women. We don't have to agree with each other all the time, and we don't have to like each other all the time. But love says, I see you. I see your worth. I see your dignity. We are in an election season now, and the rhetoric is already getting outrageous. We weren't designed as a nation for one political party to completely thwart and end the other. I know as an American who happens to be a Democrat that the 70+ million people who voted for Donald Trump are not my enemy. They belong to me. We belong to each other. We need each other.
Well, I report, you decide. Bill de Blasio was on PMSNBC, and it's de Blasio. I mean, what do you expect from Bill de Blasio? This is de Blasio.
Does seem to have skyrocketed. What do you think it would take to de-escalate, to get, whether it's politicians or media outlets that benefit from the escalation, from increasing conflict, to cool the temperatures?
Catherine, it's a powerful question. I think the first thing we have to think about, quick context. I mean, this is very troubling, but if you compare it to the USA in 1968, when we had assassinations of some of the most important figures in our society, we had constant conflict and violence in cities all over the country. You know, we're in a bad place, but we've been to a much worse place, and I think it's important to keep that in mind. I think the first thing we need to do is have our leaders take the temperature down. We're not expecting to see that from President Trump. Unfortunately, he has more than anyone given the permission structure for this reality. And even what we've seen in the last week.
I don't even want to hear this guy blather on anymore, because this is his take. You know who is given the permission for lawlessness in blue cities? People like Bill de Blasio. And by the way, where are the billions of dollars that were spent for de Blasio that were never accounted for? Some spent with the wife, supposedly helping to redo social services program. Money's unaccounted for, and no one seems to care about those billions of dollars that disappeared during the de Blasio years. Less talk, more action. Switching gears. Donald Trump G7 meeting today up in Canada. After this, Mark Carney up in Canada politely shut the questions and answers down to Donald Trump. So we gotta get to a meeting. This was Trump Number one.
I look forward to that. The G7 used to be the G8. Barack Obama and a person named Trudeau didn't want to have Russia in. And I would say that that was a mistake, because I think you wouldn't have a war right now if you had Russia in. And you wouldn't have a war right now if Trump were president 4 years ago. It didn't work out that way, but it used to be the G8. And now it's, I guess, what's that, 8 years ago, it switched over. They threw Russia out, which I claimed was a very big mistake, even though I wasn't in politics and I was very loud about it. It was a mistake in that you spend so much time talking about Russia, and he's no longer at the table, so it makes life more complicated. But you wouldn't have had the war. Other than that, I think we're going to accomplish a lot.
Yeah. It wasn't too long after that before Prime Minister Carter said, okay, that's enough questions. We got to get to work here. We don't want any more questions. Amazing. 1942, Edward Levert is born, of course, the OJs. Singer-songwriter and father of Levert. His son tragically passed away young. But man, what a family. And named themselves after New York disc jockey Eddie OJ. That's where the OJs came from. Anyway, James Golden is Snerdley with you here. Fastest hour in American media continues. Whatever you do, keep it right here.
This is The Rush Hour with James Golden.
Snerdley.
Did you know that your largest investment asset might not be your retirement account or home? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. Most people don't realize that their life insurance policy is actually an asset they can sell. But for almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. We've even created a free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com so you can find out in seconds what we might pay for your policy. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Knowing the value of your life insurance policy is as important as knowing the value of your home, your equity portfolio, or your finances in total. Discover the valuable information you need to understand the current market value for your life insurance, and then get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Visit abacuspays.com to learn more and use our free policy value calculator today.
Many dedicated first responders and service members like Austin Reese have paid a high price for the safety and freedom we enjoy. Austin served 3 deployments in Iraq, spending 13 years with the Navy Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit. He learned to skydive on the job and became a military free-fall instructor. But in what was thought to be a routine jump, something went terribly wrong. Austin hit the ground at 65 miles an hour. In that moment, his life changed forever. Austin broke his pelvis, ankle, and he suffered a spinal cord injury that left him paralyzed. Thanks to the generosity of friends like you, Tunnel to Towers gave Austin a specially adapted smart home to enable him to rebuild his life after an unimaginable hardship. You helped Austin restore his dignity, independence, and hope for the future. And in doing so, you honored his service in the most meaningful way. Help heroes like Austin. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Just got my car, right here at Dana Ford. Just got my car, right here at Dana Ford.
Hey folks, this is Sid to let you know Dana Ford has one of the largest truck inventories in the area. Right now, save at Dana Ford with employee pricing. Are you in the food services business and need a refrigerated truck? Landscapers, building trades, and general contractors, how about a new dump or pickup truck? Click DriveDanaTrucks.com. Electricians and plumbers get a custom body utility truck. And if you're in the delivery business, Dana Ford has the transit van or box truck that's right for you. Buy and save at 0% 0.9% APR financing up to 36 months on select 2024 F-150s. Click drivedanatrucks.com for details. Buy or lease and get Dana employee pricing and terms to fit your business. Just visit, call, or click, or Dana will come to you. Dana Ford, Staten Island. DriveDanaTrucks.com.
Offers with approved credit.
Hi, it's Bo Dietl, and I want to talk to you about something real important, the Path to Liberty on the east side of Manhattan along the beautiful East River. It's a journey, a powerful tribute to the 250th anniversary of our great nation's founding. At the Path to Liberty, learn and experience the course of democracy and the courage it took to build this country. Take the walk, take the lessons, the Path to Liberty. Freedom has a story, and it starts right here. Visit the Path to Liberty NYC.com. That's the Path of Liberty NYC.com, and I'll see you on the path.
That's what everybody's talking about. Judge Jeanine Pirro.
Sunday morning at 11. It's the Judge Jeanine Tunnel to Towers Foundation Sunday Morning Show.
Hosted by Joe Concha.
Judge Jeanine Pirro.
On 77 WABC. You're listening to the best of the #1 Nielsen rated. The best of Rush Hour with Bo Snerdley. The best. Thank you for listening. 77 WABC. The best. It's the Rush Hour with James Golden.
Goes by the pseudonym Bo Snerdley.
Rush.
Now, here's James Golden.
Feeling some guys aren't willing to date trans girls, but I just don't understand why. Can you even give me one good reason why someone wouldn't like trans girls?
I shot me in the nuts, and now I'm losing a ball. Surgery's tomorrow. But you know who else only had one ball? Tupac and Hit.
Yeah, today is the heavenly birthday of one pack. Two packs, until that thing happened when he became one pack. American rapper actor Tupac Amaru Shakur. Do you know his real name by any chance, Carlos? His real name was Lassane Parrish Crooks. Do you know who his aunt is? Joanne Chesimard. Look her up. American terrorist who left here to go to Cuba, and she's been in Cuba ever since. Oh yeah, there's a history there. I don't have time to get into it all. Anyway, birthday for one pack today. Happy birthday, I suppose. Yes, my friend. You know who else had a great day in music? Bob Dylan, 1965. This is one of Bob Dylan's biggest hits ever. This was the day that he went over to Columbia Recording Studios in Manhattan and did this. May God bless, protect each and every single one of you, your family, your loved ones. God willing, we're back tomorrow. And we'll see you then. Until, my friends, I told them I bid you adieu. Bye.
Now you don't seem so proud about having to be WABC.
The 77 WABC Suffolk County Police Benevolent Association chime time is 4:59. Police officers are the thin blue line that stand between your family and the criminals that would do them harm. They are your neighbors, protecting your neighborhood. Support law enforcement and stand with the Suffolk County PBA. Go to SuffolkCountyPBA.org today. WABC New York, WRCR Haverstraw, and 107.1 WLIR Hampton Bays.
77 WABC News, first at 59 past the hour, 68 degrees, overcast skies on this Monday, June 16th. Good afternoon, I'm James Flippin. Let's dive into the 5 stories you should know at 5 o'clock.
This is the Top 5 at 5.
The man accused of killing a Minnesota state lawmaker and her husband is now facing federal murder and stalking charges. Minnesota acting U.S. Attorney Joseph Thompson said Vance Belter visited the homes of two other lawmakers this weekend with the intention of harming them, but one wasn't home at the time, and Belter was allegedly scared off by cops at the other home. Belter, charged with shooting Democratic State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, state lawmaker Melissa Hortman, and her husband were killed in the attacks. Minnesota officials say they intend to pursue first-degree murder charges against the guy. Belter could face the death penalty if convicted. President Trump stepping up immigration enforcement and deportations following more than a week of protests against those policies in Los Angeles and elsewhere. Yesterday, Trump announced he's directing his administration to use every resource possible on mass deportation efforts. He mentioned increasing enforcement actions in LA, Chicago, here in New York, and other cities that he considers the core of the Democrat power center. Trump made the announcement following the weekend's No Kings protests against his policies, those held in major cities across the U.S. Israel has warned residents in northeast Tehran to evacuate, issuing the warning in a post on X this morning that an attack was coming. Iran and Israel have been exchanging strikes for 4 days now. At one point today, Israeli bombs hit the studios of Iranian state TV during a live broadcast. The anchor leapt from her desk. Smoke and rubble could be seen entering the studio. The broadcast then went dark. Iran has since resumed its broadcast. Karen Reed being denied a motion to amend verdict slips as the jury continues to deliberate in her murder retrial in Massachusetts. Her lawyers wanted to add not guilty boxes to each of the lesser offenses, ranging from involuntary manslaughter to drunk driving, but the judge said no. And a juror has been dismissed in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs here in New York. The judge said he had concerns about the juror's candor after he gave conflicting responses as to whether he lived in New York or in New Jersey. Your overnight weather forecast from 77 WABC, light rainfall possible, cloudy, a low near 64. Eric Trump talking Trump Mobile among the upcoming guests as Katz and Cosby with Rita Cosby and owner-operator John Catsimatidis is next. I'm James Flippin. The news never stops at WABCRadio.com.
Welcome to the 5 o'clock show. It's time for Common Sense. Now, it's Katz and Cosby with John Catsimatidis and Rita Cosby, standing for truth, justice, and the American way, bringing common sense to the world. Now, here's John Catsimatidis and Rita Cosby. Breaking news, WABC.
Well, there's so much breaking news, I don't even know where to start.
Oh, my goodness. Well, first of all, John, why don't we go to what's going on in Iran? You have some interesting information of what might be happening, because there was an explosion, and then they said an earthquake.
It was detected as an underground earthquake. I broke breaking news with Sid Rosenberg show this morning about 8:30.
You are 24/7.
And it's something that was, other intelligence agencies don't tell people.
Well, that's interesting, because remember, it was like a year ago, John, we talked about another one that happened there. Wow.
And the radiation counts around Europe are higher. Even the radiation counts in Long Island went from like 0.10 to 0.60.
Wow.
It's not a big rise, but it's just a rise.
But you know what's interesting too, John? This earthquake that they felt there in Iran underground was right by the main nuclear production site. So that's interesting.
The other intelligence reports we're getting is they're not blowing them up completely,
right?
Because to give them time to cool them down, not to have a major explosion.
Because can you imagine if there was a major explosion, John, what it would do?
And how the Germans used to say it? Sergeant Schultz, machine kaput.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's why this is serious stuff, and that's why it's such a big deal.
It's very serious stuff. And the only, look, there was a quake that's assumed to be a nuclear explosion.
And they're even reporting that they think tied to it.
Yes, and I understand some of the other publications have reported it, and the increase in radiation. I'll give you a second choice. So the people, hey, we tell the truth. The other choice was
that increase in solar flares.
Wow.
But it's more likely Iran.
Yeah, and it also looks like, by the way, they're saying that Israel was striking near that area. So this is really, and I got to ask you, John. There were reports this weekend that they were also hitting oil facilities, oil refineries.
Well,
now
like
you're
said,
the perfect guy to ask.
We said last week they're not going to hit the oil refineries because 82%, I understand, is the latest number of oil going from Iran to China, and they don't want to. Am I allowed to say piss off China?
Yes, you are allowed to say that.
They don't want to piss off China too much, and because I don't think Iran has any friends. I don't think the Russians are their friends. I don't think the Chinese are their friends. There's rumors that the Pakistanis are sending in some stuff. That would be awfully stupid of the Pakistanis.
That would be dangerous.
Yeah, but Iran does supply weapons and defense mechanisms to Russia.
So, absolutely, Peter King. Great point.
And China gets its oil from Iran. You know how Russia says, Russia says, trust me, yes, we'll help you someday.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Just like they kind of did with Syria.
I'm just saying that they may not join in.
So on the oil refineries, they're not affecting the oil refineries. They haven't bombed the refineries. They bombed the storage facilities of the refineries to make a point.
I was going to say that's a message for sure. By the way, John, the other big news, President Trump said just a little bit ago that he may offer Iran a last chance proposal.
President Trump, let me tell you something. President Trump wants peace.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe Netanyahu wants to eliminate every one of those mullahs or whatever.
Yeah, the Ayatollah.
I don't know.
Right.
But the Persian people, don't forget, the Persian people are great people. This is the religion sect that's controlling the Persian people, and the Persian people don't want war either.
Yeah, and the Persian people, they are hoping that this is the moment they can rise up.
Yeah,
I've talked to a lot of resistance leaders this
Homeland
weekend.
Security former chairman.
Former chairman. But Netanyahu did appeal to the Iranian people. I think he's making it clear that he's
he just said that on Brett Baer this morning or yesterday.
Yeah, he's definitely like appealing to the people and saying, okay, rise up. There are a lot of people there that are hoping. By the way, also
Trump is a peacemonger, not a warmonger.
Well, that's why Trump, the reports are, John, that Israel was saying, hey, I want to go after the Ayatollah, the supreme leader of Iran, and there are reports that Trump said no. So you could tell Trump is trying all options.
Those stories are being denied.
Although Trump is kind of agreeing to it, to be honest with you. So it looks like Trump is sort of agreeing that for now, he's saying no.
But I don't see how you let Iran off the hook with these. I mean, if we don't get rid of those nuclear weapons now, we're just putting it off.
So it'll be 6 months from now. It'll be a year from now.
That's why we got to finish it. You got to finish it.
This has to be taken care of now.
Well, speaking of taking care of things, what do you think happened with the 787, the Indigo?
They got the black boxes back, so Boeing knows what happened. There was also a failure in British Airways flight where the 787, the flaps failed to go down or up. Or something.
Yeah, the flaps failed to go up, and the landing gear stayed down.
Now, the Boeing knows what happened.
Isn't that weird?
With Air India, the official word is not in, but maybe we can talk to your friend
General Blaine Holt.
He's pretty smart at that
Yeah,
stuff.
we'll have to get.
What I think one of the rumors is that the pilot, this co-pilot, who's not an experienced guy, that aircraft is overweight. Number one. It looks like maybe the co-pilot possibly, instead of raising the landing gear, he raised the
flaps. Right.
And that lost complete lift.
John, I got to ask you a question. You're a seasoned pilot. I mean, to me, that sounds like piloting 101.
That's the definite pilot era.
Wow.
And the problem with it's a big airplane. Air India was probably overloaded, and normally on one engine, the 787, even if they lost a second engine, should have had enough power to keep going. So I don't know. We're going to have to, maybe we'll talk to General Holt later on.
Yes, absolutely. And by the way, I also want to mention we're going to have Eric Trump on the show coming up also. And
we have
yes, we got Eric Trump big announcement.
Trump Media.
Yeah, Trump Mobile. And also what I love about this is they're doing free calls to where we have U.S. military bases.
And
so that's cool.
By the way, it was the 10th year anniversary since his father came down the escalator.
I mean, think about how much has happened, John, in the 10 years.
Yes.
What a remarkable, and also, you guys, since we have Peter King here, I'm sorry, Pete, that there were all these No Kings rallies.
Yeah, I took that
No
personally.
Kings rally.
We are pro Peter King.
We are
We
pro
are
Peter
pro
King.
Peter King. So all these people with No Kings rally, it does not include Congressman Peter King.
I'm so glad you put that in the record because people were telling me it's Catsimatini's out to get you, supporting you, Snow King. You know, okay. Thank you, John. I appreciate it.
Let me tell you something about those No Kings rally. Who are they supporting? The people who are trying to destroy America, or the people who are trying to save America?
Well, that's
and
the
we're going to talk
question.
about Randy Weingarten.
Yes, she was out there at one of the rallies, and she was, spewing a whole bunch of stuff that was not pro law enforcement. Let's put it that way. And
I'm disappointed in her. I always listen. During the Clinton days, I always got along with her very well, and she's a smart lady. But I don't know what happened lately.
Well, it seems like a lot of people, John, in the Democratic Party are doing
we all know Randy.
They're swallowing the
That's a very
water.
nice woman, yes.
They're
We all-
swallowing the Kool-Aid.
We all worked with Randy, every one of us in this
Right,
year.
and a nice person, as you mentioned, in person. But I'll tell you, when you hear the vitriol, especially after what happened in Minnesota, let's not forget over the weekend, that was horrible with those two state senators and the guy on the run. And what happens? Well, Tim Walz, the guy who was a heartbeat away from being the vice president, oh my gosh, came out, he was blasting Trump. He was saying mean tweets. And I'm thinking, wait, 2 days before you called him a Nazi. Maybe that should be considered mean language.
Also, the shooter was on two commissions appointed by Walz.
Exactly, that's right. He was appointed by, it is just, everybody needs to calm down. And when I see these protests that John was just talking about, especially these No King, sorry, Peter, protests.
That's enough of that.
You don't want to take it personally. And the anti-ICE protests, the whole time, it was anti-police, anti-this, and a lot of them got out of hand. In Portland, in fact, there were attacks on officers throwing bottles. You could see
Molotov cocktails,
really scary.
Explosives.
Judge, I correct you. Mostly peaceful.
I have to tell you something. How these reporters can keep a straight face and say stuff like that when they're burning down cities, they're exploding police cars, they're attacking police officers, they're throwing Molotov cocktails, and these are responsible people.
Yeah, it's
and they're
incredible.
and they're attacking Donald Trump. I mean,
While
give me
the
a break.
flames are in the background, let's not forget about that.
And it's Trump's fault.
Right.
Bill O'Reilly's going to do one.
Exactly. We have Bill O'Reilly, the great Bill O'Reilly, the host of Common Sense with Bill O'Reilly, every weeknight here on 77 WABC Radio from 9 to 10 p.m. and the mega big best-selling nonfiction author. Bill, what do you make of these protests? And some of them are getting out of hand.
Well, I'm not real worried about it. I wrote a message of the day on BillO'Reilly.com. We do that every day, Rita, as you know. And it said, look, 75 million people voted for Kamala Harris. And I submit to you that based on exit polling, more than half of those 75 million weren't voting for her. They're voting against Trump. So what do you expect? They hate him.
By the way, the other thing we mentioned on that bill is that the fact was all 75 million were all 17 states that have had no voter ID. I just always want to note that.
That's a lot of unidentified people, John. I mean, but you know, if you go to the mall, you can see them walking around and you have no idea who they are. But if you look at the amount of people who participated, is very low. And it wasn't an organic thing. It was very well organized, weeks in advance. And they were blasting Democrats because they have that information. People who voted Democrat, they haven't. So show up, show up, show up. And some of them did. Not very many arrests comparatively. And they don't like the president's immigration policies. That's what fueled it. Now, Los Angeles was different because there you had the real hardcore paid for agitators out on the street. They tried everything. But again, you know, they really didn't get much out of it. So I was not surprised by the demonstrations at all. Donald Trump has a substantial minority in this country who does not like him. Now, when you query those people and you ask them, well, what is it? Well, I don't like the ICE raids. And then this is what I always say. What's your plan B then? What would you do? And then there's silence. You don't get, well, I'm okay with the open border. I'm okay with letting 20 million foreign nationals unsupervised stay here. You don't get that. You don't get anything. I just don't like Trump. So that's what's going on there.
Yeah, it is. It's like the Kool-Aid. It's like the Trump derangement syndrome, exemplified. But it's almost alternate universe, Bill. We were just talking about in Minnesota, Tim Walz, over the weekend, Bill, he was, it's the mean tweets that are adding to it. It's all Trump's fault. I was hoping he was going to say we should all clamp down, and me included. But it's like, no, it's Trump's fault. Again, that seems to be their sort of, like you said, their political mantra, and obviously citizens too.
In some places like Minnesota, you can make a living doing that. Massachusetts, another place, Southern California. And so they get addicted to it, these politicians. And now I felt a little bit of that on the right when Obama was president too. That the conservatives were addicted to hating him, but not nearly what it is against Donald Trump. I want to break a little news on WABC Radio.
Wait, I hit the breaking news button.
Yeah, let's do the
Bill O'Reilly's requesting breaking news.
Here we go. Here it is.
Breaking news, WABC.
I gotta tie you up, Cassimatidis, so you keep you away from that button here.
He loves that button.
Hey,
He loves
Bill
it.
O'Reilly, we're number one. And you know why?
No, I
We
know
tell the
that.
truth.
I know that, but
We tell the truth.
Okay. So I spoke with President Trump over the weekend, and everybody's running around about this Israel-Iran thing, okay? Now, you guys know me for years now. I just cut right to it. I don't want to hear this crazy stuff that doesn't matter, and it's a waste of time. So essentially, I said to him, look, you got a situation now where you're going to have to make a fairly big decision on how far to let Israel go. See, I don't believe that Donald Trump's going to put American forces in there. I'd be surprised if he uses air power. Possible, but I'd be surprised. I said, but you're going to have to make a fairly big decision on how far you let Israel go, because Israel wants to knock these mullahs out. And I said, how convinced are you that the mullahs have within their grasp the capacity to build a nuclear weapon, a functional weapon? He goes 100%.
I don't know if you heard my report, Bill.
Yeah, but that's all that matters. Nothing else matters other than the President of the United States. Absolutely, and you're not going to shake him out of this. Absolutely believes that the nuclear weapon is inevitable in Iran.
Bill, let me ask you, because this is important. Are you saying that it is inevitable that they have it, or they're close to it? We're trying to get a sense of.
I think what Bill is saying
how close.
that they're pretty close, and you cannot never allow Iran to get it.
No doubt.
Is that what you're saying?
Right. Exactly right, John. And the reason that I posed it that way was because of George W. Bush and the weapons of mass destruction about Saddam Hussein. You got to keep that in your mind. U.S. government was wrong on that. Bush was 100% convinced that Saddam had biological weapons of mass destruction. The reason he was because that's what Saddam Hussein actually told his own generals.
Yes.
And some of those generals were on the CIA payroll, and they reported back. This one is a little bit different. So the President of the United States, if he, and Trump's not going to walk it back. So he's not going to change his opinion, because it's based on Mossad and the United States and the United Nations. Instead of having one source, which Bush the Younger had, There's 3. And the Mullahs themselves, they admit they have weapons-grade uranium. They say they're playing around with it for peaceful purposes. Doesn't matter.
And you heard our report at the beginning of the show where there's an underground earthquake near that facilities where the nuclears are supposed to be, and there is leakage of radiation.
I heard it. I don't know whether that's true or not because
my sources say it's pretty true.
Okay. Mossad people embedded in the nuclear program. That is a fact. And anybody who knows anything about the Israeli government knows that they are convinced. But that doesn't matter. What matters is Donald Trump. And Trump cannot walk back his statement that they're not going to get nukes. So this is why all of the debate really isn't going to amount to anything. You know, you got a brawl between Levin and Carlson. You've got Rand Paul siding with Ilya Omar. It's crazy out there, crazy land.
You mean the people right here at 5 o'clock, including Peter King, are the only ones with common sense?
Well, look, one of the reasons that WABC, in my opinion, and I just saw the numbers for May.
I haven't seen them yet. How were they?
Yeah, how were they? Tell us.
They were excellent.
Good.
But even more than that, it's been this way for 3 years. And the reason is that people trust the station.
Yes.
But Bill, you haven't answered the question. Is it my common sense that added to that, or does it detract from it?
Your common sense is unimpeachable, Congressman. I mean, everybody knew that.
Let the record show.
Wow.
And he wanted to go. He's objecting to no King's rallies. They're not allowing him to go to no King's rallies.
I actually think that the rally is good because it spotlights to the world and coming out of China, where if you had a no King rally, you're going to wind up in a little gulag in the western part of that country.
Yeah.
It shows the strength of the United States that you can have dissent and debate. See, I don't get why everybody's yelling at each other. You got a different point of view, okay? Let's see what the stronger point of view is. And on WABC Radio, look, you can do the ideology thing all day long, but that's boring to me. And that's why the cable news companies are all in decline, every one of them, because they just preach to the choir every day, every hour. It's the same thing. The toughest question you get on cable news is, tell me more.
Right.
Bill O'Reilly, we got to take a break. Thank you.
Yeah, Bill, thank you.
And I'm going to be listening to you at 9 o'clock at Common Sense with Bill O'Reilly. And you're going to tell people more because more is going to come up by 9 o'clock.
Thank you very much for having me, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. We love you, Bill. And we're going to take you guys a quick break. And then we have the deputy consul from Israel to New York. He's going to talk about what's going on. And also we have Eric Trump. We got an action-packed show, John.
Yes. That means we have to cut somebody out because we're overtime already.
You talk. We listen. 77 WABC.
After joining the U.S. Army, Thomas Kennedy served 2 tours of duty in Iraq and 1 in Afghanistan. He earned dozens of awards and service medals throughout his honorable career. But while he was deployed in eastern Afghanistan, this soldier's life was tragically cut short. Thomas was killed by a Taliban suicide bomber. He left behind his wife, Cami, and their beautiful twins, Maggie and Brody, who were just weeks shy of their 2nd birthday when they lost their father. Because of friends like you, Cami and her children did not face their loss alone. Tunnel to Towers provided their family with a mortgage-free home. You and other caring friends helped Tunnel to Towers step in and offer a ray of hope to Cami, Maggie, and Brody. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org. Thank you for supporting America's heroes and their families.
days.
Listen to this podcast now
On the Red Apple Podcast Network. Building Bridges, That Which Unites Us. A thought-provoking new podcast series hosted by Michael Hirschman, CEO of Soloviev Group. Michael sits down with former New York Knicks point guard Stephon Marbury.
So getting these kids to understand the significance of being a professional in college, I think that's where we are right now.
Each episode of Building Bridges, That Which Unites Us shares insight and perspectives on topics affecting us all, asking questions and capturing the authentic voices and thoughts of everyday New Yorkers, fueling deeper conversations with guest experts like Stephon Marbury, as Michael applies the discussion to national conversations about culture, democracy, and unity.
I'm Michael Hirschman. Join me as I tackle vital national topics that affect the man on the street to the executive suite with unscripted, authentic perspectives that spark in-depth discussions with experts in the field.
Go to buildingbridges.nyc to watch episodes or download wherever you get your podcasts.
A common sense recap of the day's biggest stories. It's John Catsimatidis and Rita Cosby. Katz and Cosby on 77 WABC.
And we are back, of course, all eyes on the Middle East as a whole bunch of strikes coming from both directions. Israel, of course, trying to knock out any chance for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And joining us now is the Deputy Consul General from Israel to New York, Zach Zar. Mr. Deputy Consul, we're so happy to have you back here on the show again, Zach. And your thoughts, we have been praying for you guys. What's the latest there now?
So the latest is we are operating in Iran, trying to damage significantly their nuclear capabilities and also the ballistic missiles program that for us poses an imminent existential threat. And not only to Israel, we have to be honest, the United States has a long-standing history with the Iranian regime, not with the people, with the Iranian regime, and even more problematic present. And these threats have to be removed as soon as possible.
Yeah, and what do you think is going to happen? There are so many of these reports about maybe even in the Ayatollah, potentially being a target. I mean, you guys have had unbelievable precision. You took out so many of the leaders of the Revolutionary Guard Corps. You took out the intel chief over the weekend and his deputy. I mean, the intelligence that Israel has is remarkable.
Look, we're doing at the end of the day what we need to do. I cannot get into details on that. There's still a lot of work to do, targeting military sites, nuclear sites, ballistic missiles. We're protecting ourselves and everybody. And let's say about your question, I cannot get too much into operational details, but we do what we have to do.
That's a very good way of saying it, John.
Well, there's a lot of there's discussions around the country, around the world, about possible leaks in the Iranian whatever their reactors. Have you detected leaks from Israel?
We're not following the leaks of the sites in Iran. Our goal, again, is to significantly damage their capabilities, focusing on the nuclear capabilities in several sites. This is a huge planned and organized military nuclear program. And to be honest, I'm not sure that we're monitoring.
I'm talking about the radiation leaks, and I'm asking about the underground quake that might have been nuclear related.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Judge Weinberg.
I think it's important that Israel get the message out that this is not Israel's fight for Israel alone. This, in fact, is a fight for Western civilization against Islamic fundamentalism.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Look, as I said, you have a very long history with the Iranian regime since 79, and we just recently they demonstrated what they can cause to American interests just in the region. I mean, just imagine nuclear capabilities being exported to the Houthis from the Iranians, what they can do with that. They're not even they're controlling the state, that they are terrorist organizations, and this could be very, very problematic. And you know, these guys, the Iranian regime, what they're doing, they're developing intercontinental missiles, ballistic missiles, with the capability of having nuclear warheads. Ask yourselves why. They can reach Israel already, but they go further and further and further, and giving this murderous, oppressive regime this kind of weapons, allowing that, this is something that is very unacceptable. And I have to be honest, that we're on the same side, and we have no daylight on this issue. And President Trump was very, very clear on what he said. And he said that he would not allow the Iranian regime to have nuclear weapons. And
yeah, thank you, Counsel. Thank you so
thank
much.
you, Dr. Deputy Counsel. Thank you.
And we'll talk again real soon.
And our prayers are with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. And now we have Brigadier General Blaine Holt to talk about the India Air case and any other new details. Brigadier General Blaine Holt, of course, a C-17 combat commander, former U.S. Deputy Military Representative to NATO, and also a Air Force accident investigator, best person of all. General Holt, what are you hearing? You know, John, we were talking at the top of the show. John brought up a great point that that plane, that's where so many people died. Just one guy survived that crash. That you could see the flaps were up and the landing gear was down. This was after takeoff, and obviously the reverse should be true.
That's exactly right. It's great to be with you. You know, it is looking more and more like we have a human factors incident where the first officer who had 1,000 hours, which in this industry is not very much, may have gone and pulled the flaps up when he meant to be pulling the gear up. And if you pull the flaps and you clean up that wing too early, especially before the gear is up, the gear's got to come up first. Then you'll be thrust efficient immediately. Now, I want to caveat all of that because we just had another incident with flaps in a Dreamliner on takeoff out of London Heathrow. They were fine, no incident, but there was a flap situation. So again, it gets back to, okay, do we have a human factors incident, or is there something else electronically going on in that airplane that was out of the crew's span of control?
So what do you think? And also, by the way, India is now doing obviously an urgent inspection of all their 787s.
That's a perfectly normal response. In fact, there should be a global inspection of all the 787s.
Exactly. Yeah. Why is there not, General? Why is there not?
I don't know what Boeing's stance on that is. I do know that Boeing has canceled the CEO's appearance at the Paris Air Show coming up. The board of directors is, as you might imagine, Boeing's already been through a lot of turmoil. They need to get to the bottom of this and reassure the flying public yesterday. I get it. These investigations can take months and months and months, but it's in Boeing's best interest to get something out there very fast and assure the public that this workhorse of an airplane with 5 million flying hours of history needs to be absolved.
General John Catsimatidis, Boeing knows what happened. They're slow in releasing it. Is that correct?
I believe Boeing has probably a 90% assurance of what happened, or a reasonable approximation of what happened, because that information is in there. The data is in their hands. They can make that determination. But what Boeing ought to be, even if it's ugly information regarding Boeing, they need to have it out there, because you can't, you John of all people would know, you can't surge trust in this business.
Well, that's what I mean. You know, it's still, to me, knowing the jets, and you know them just better than I do, that even with the gear down and the flaps up, you should have enough power in that airplane to keep going.
Well, no flap take. I can tell you this: it was max gross weight because it was heading to London. Even in my mighty C-17, which would deliver 160,000 pounds of thrust at sea level, that's the equivalent of a Cat 5 Hurricane. If we didn't have the flap set right on takeoff, we wouldn't be in that. That would be an accident waiting to happen as well. So
it's an accident waiting to happen.
Right. So if I was advising the Boeing CEO, then what I would say is change your plan. Go to the Paris Air Show. Come clean. Talk about what Boeing's doing to create a new Boeing. Talk about the transparency of Boeing and reassuring the flying public that the Boeing aircraft is the best one you can step onto. That time is now. This is an American company that's at a point of inflection, and going into a defensive crouch is, in my view, never the right answer.
I agree.
Great point.
General, thank you. Stay on top of it. You're our expert in this.
Yeah, keep us posted, General.
Right behind you, John. You guys.
And I'm far behind both of you guys when it comes to planes. Thanks.
What are we doing now? The hot news of the day from Goya Foods. I love that Goya beans.
The best.
It's the top news of the day, sponsored by Goya. Here's Rita Cosby.
And everybody, President Trump is ramping up ICE aids, which have sparked major protests in LA and elsewhere. Trump announced he's directing his administration to, quote, use every resource possible on mass deportation efforts in LA, also in New York and Chicago and other Democratic-controlled cities. We're going to be talking to DHS Deputy Secretary Tricia McLaughlin. She's coming up later in the show. And also, the man accused of gunning down a Minnesota state lawmaker and her husband has been hit with federal murder and stalking charges. Vance Belter allegedly wore a creepy mask and shot dead former Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband at the couple's home. He also allegedly badly wounded State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, and we're praying for a speedy recovery for them. And everybody, we're going to take a break, and we have Eric Trump with a big announcement after the break.
A lot has changed since Goya launched its coconut water. Leg warmers in the 80s.
Here we go. 1, 2, turn around.
Dancing lambada in the 90s. And in the 2000s, waiting hours to connect to the internet. But what hasn't changed is that Goya coconut water continues to be refreshing and has that sweet tropical flavor you love so much. Goya coconut water. So good, it's always in style. Find it in the Goya section of your local grocery store. If it's Goya, it has to be good. 77 WABC, Suffolk County Police Benevolent Association. Chime time is 5:36.
Police officers are the thin blue line that stand between your family and the criminals that would do them harm. They are your neighbors, protecting your neighborhood. Support law enforcement and stand with the Suffolk County PBA.
If you overslept on Sunday morning during the Cats Roundtable and can't listen, download and subscribe to the podcast. Listen anytime. Go to WABCRadio.com/roundtable. WABC Traffic and Transit.
Sponsored by D'Agostino and Associates, the injury firm. Call 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222. West on the BQE at Queens Boulevard, there's a crash. Northbound Henry Hudson Parkway at 96th Street, an accident blocks a lane. In New Jersey, east on Route 4, just before Farragut Street, an accident involving a minibus. North on 208 at Moorlawn Avenue, a crash involving a fuel spill. And east on 280 at Essex Avenue, a crash blocks a lane. No number 5 trains between East 180th Street and Eastchester Dyer Avenue in both directions because of a police investigation. And delays on Manhattan-bound B&D trains because of a broken rail near Prospect Park. That's 77 WABC Traffic and Transit. I'm Lisa Ritchie.
Accident victims. I'm John D'Agostino from D'Agostino and Associates, the injury firm. 1-800-BITE-BACK. 1-800-248-3222. Call me for a free consultation. D'Agostino Law Bite Back.
You're listening to the #1 Nielsen-rated Cats and Cosby. Thank you for listening. 77 WABC. You're commuting home with Cats and Cosby. Now here's John Catsimatidis and Rita Cosby on 77 WABC. Breaking news, WABC.
Well, the Trump Organization had a huge announcement just a few hours ago. And also, it's the big anniversary of that moment where they came down the escalator. John, why don't you bring in Eric Trump?
Today is the anniversary when President Trump came down those escalators. Well, we had a similar situation today. Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, they came down the escalators and they had the greatest deal of the century. With us today is Eric Trump and Rita. You're sitting next to Eric. Eric, tell us the big deal of the day.
Yeah, we're really excited, guys. And John, listen, you knew about our fight. You've been a friend for a very long time. You would speak to us on First Amendment front, right? You know, ripping off of Twitter, Facebook, all the social handles. Then you saw what the banks tried to do to us just because they didn't like our political affiliation. And so that's why we got into War Liberty Financial and, and DeFi in the crypto world. And today we're really excited. We launched Trump Mobile. And so it kind of brings all the ecosystems together. We're going to do mobile phones better, cheaper, more efficiently, better coverage than anybody. And so we launched Trump Mobile, $47 a month. We're going to have phones, hopefully by the end of the year, that are made in America, for Americans, by Americans, American customer service, all done out of St. Louis, Missouri, with features that you won't find on any of the other phones, and we're really excited about it. Again, it's kind of, bring power back to the Americans, bring power back to the people in this country, and we're super excited about Trump Mobile.
Well, we're very excited about your father, too, because he's bringing back business to America, and that's where it belongs. I mean, it's not fair that 86% or 90% of our antibiotics are made by China. I mean, that is ludicrous.
And John, the problem is, honestly, you've got media in this country, the New York Times, every time I read one of their papers, you can't produce anything in the United States anymore. It's like, you can't, because you guys are all, first of all, you're all incompetent, and second of all, you've got a bad attitude. You make people believe that America can't produce the best products in the world better and more efficiently than anybody else, especially when it comes to high-tech products. I mean, every day Elon Musk is sending another rocket 250 miles in the air and much more than that in certain cases, right? And then catching them, on these massive gantries. We're doing that here in America. We can do high-tech innovation better than anybody. We can do AI innovation better than anybody. We can do data centers and power better than anybody in the world. The notion that we can't make cell phones, in this country, and they all have to be made in Timbuktu is asinine, all right? And by the way, John, there's plenty of products that we shouldn't make in America. There's plenty of widgets that we don't need to make in America, low-cost junk. Let that be made somewhere else. But how in the world we don't control microchips? How in the world we don't control communications, especially in kind of the cyber hacking age that we're all dealing with, right? We better be producing that stuff in this country, and we can, and we will. And this family believes, and we're really excited about this. Again, I believe we can do it better, cheaper, more efficiently than anybody else, with better service from Americans, by Americans, to Americans, not going through some call center in Bangladesh. Whereas you saw what happened with the major hack last week. The call centers were selling people's personal information, which caused, obviously, massive financial problems for a lot of people. Let's do our own customer service, and let's do that right here in Missouri or plenty of other states. But let's take back control of this process and let's return things to American soil, and that's what we're doing today.
We agree. United States of America, and part of America is, I guess, Canada. Can you make a deal with the United States and Canada? Because between the two of us, I think we're unbeatable.
Well, I've always said that, John, and the good news about me is I have nothing to do with politics anymore. I retired on November 6th when we won the election. We won the Super Bowl, and that was my time being up. But I always say that, first of all, we'd be unstoppable in certain things, like how about like the Winter Olympics in hockey, right? There's a million things but joking aside, we should be one. You have a lot of adversaries around the world, and you know very well because you're in the business world, and I know very well, and you have a lot of countries that want to eat our lunch, and we can't allow that to happen. We need to remain the superpower of the world. We need to, remain above reproach, and no one can even come close to catching us. And I think that just from a purely, from a national security standpoint, from an economic standpoint, obviously the United States of America, by far the world's largest economy, it's not even close. Then you add Canada in there. I mean, the competition wouldn't even be fair to everybody else. And I think there's a lot of tremendous benefits to Canada. I mean, Canada is one of the highest tax nations in the world. Canada obviously wants, the military protection. Canada has unbelievable natural resources that can be, entered into our economy and into the ecosystem. There's great benefits to them as well. But I really believe the U.S. and Canada would be unstoppable together. And, I think we should harness those partnerships and those relationships, especially when the sum of each is much more accretive.
It's greater for the whole.
When combined.
Absolutely. I mean, I had the Minister of Energy on Sunday on our show, and North America. America is Canada and the United States. Rita?
And Eric, what I think is so amazing about your father, he is truly pushing peace through strength. One of the things, at Trump Tower today, of course, the big announcement of Trump Mobile, it's all about America. But that really is his message. And no, he's going to bring us into World War III on so many fronts.
Yeah, isn't that nice that we're not entering World War III? I mean, I know I'm certainly proud of it, and I believe in, obviously, Iran obviously never even coming close to getting a nuclear weapon. That can never happen. No one will ever allow that to happen. But you have the neocons in this country who has pushed us into every single war, and isn't it really nice to see somebody take a very measured approach and say, I'm not going to let my sons and daughters go overseas to die. I'm not going to exert trillions of dollars to fight endless wars for 20 years when it just benefits the people in Washington, D.C. and the industrial military complex. I'm gonna be very, very, very slow and steady and very methodical, and I'm gonna push for peace. No different than I'm pushing for peace in Russia and Ukraine. I'm gonna push for peace, between Israel and Iran. And my father's hell bent on that mission. Now he's also hell bent making sure that Iran will never get a nuclear weapon, because that simply cannot happen under any circumstance. But I love this approach, and I love somebody who goes in there and roots out fraud, waste, and abuse. I love somebody who goes in there and proposes the largest tax cuts for American people. Wants to have inflation come down massively, wants to get interest rates down massively, which only further obviously benefits people's ability to buy a home and afford, kind of the American dream. And so I love seeing him in there. I love seeing him fight as hard as he is. I love seeing him come to the defense of these cities. You're not going to burn down our cities, and you're not going to throw rocks at cop cars. And we're going to return to a nation of faith and safety and security, a nation that loves our law enforcement, a nation that loves and respects our military, a nation that's not ripped off by every country around the world, a nation that will always be the number one superpower on earth. And he goes in, he fights for that each and every day, guys. And as a son, I could not be more proud. On the 10-year anniversary of him coming down that escalator, which is today, I could not be more proud of everything he's doing.
Eric, this is the period of common sense, because common sense, you know what I tell my Democratic friends? I said, common sense is more important than anything. It's not about left, it's not about right, it's common sense. And I look for my Democratic common sense people to do the right thing by America, because the bizarro Democrats are not allowing them to do that.
Yeah, I agree. Common sense is everything, John, and that rules the day. And I think we finally have a president who believes in common sense. And he's going to make America great again. That's all he's ever wanted. That's all he's ever promised. He's going to make America great again. And I'm incredibly proud and honored to be back on the show with you, John. And I love you. And you've been an amazing friend for a very long time. And keep talking common sense to everybody that listens. You have a massive audience, and I know everybody.
I talk to your dad too, and I tell him we got to keep the common sense. And one last question is, how do people sign up, and what do they do?
Go to TrumpMobile.com. TrumpMobile.com. You can get an eSIM card. Incredibly simple. TrumpMobile.com. It takes 2 minutes, and again, you can use your existing phone. You can get a new phone. But TrumpMobile.com, and it's really special.
Eric and your brother Donald, I wish you're going to make your first big and faster than your dad did.
Yeah.
Bravo!
Great being with you, John.
Thank you. Keep fighting hard for America. Thank you.
We will.
Great interview. That was so great. I love us talking to Eric.
We're going to be running out of time. And we had Hank Shankoff on the phone, and so many things are happening today in the Democratic Party. Hank, mutual friend, our teacher.
Randy Weingarten.
Randy Weingarten.
The head of the teachers union.
She was the most common sense person I know. What the heck is going on?
Well, look, it's really simple. I think she did the right thing, because the people in the Democrat Party we think they can change the rules, and also think that old people aren't important. And if you listen to AOC and the idiots that follow her, someone who's never, has never paid a price, they'll borne a burden, and is an expert on everything. She somehow believes that older people, however she defines them, have no place in Democrat politics or politics generally. And that's pretty interesting, considering that with her experience in life, she knows absolutely nothing, and people have been alive know an awful lot. So there you have it.
That's a good analysis.
That's a good analysis, but I thought she said, if maybe I'm wrong, tell me, is that the Democratic Party was not radical enough.
For whom?
For her.
AOC? Oh, well, look, if you look at the data, what you learn is that the kids that are voting for Mondami and younger people generally would have preferred Bernie Sanders as the nominee for president for the Democrats rather than Kamala Harris. So it tells you where it's headed.
Well, Judge Weinberg wants to put in his 2 cents.
Hank, good to talk to you. Where do you see the mayoral primary in a week coming
What
up?
does that have to do with Randy Weingarten?
That's the next story.
I mean, yeah,
the big story.
That was the question on the floor.
I know, but the big story coming up is what's going to happen to New York City.
That was the question on the floor.
I yield my time.
What do you guys want to do?
We want you to answer whatever you want to answer, Hank.
Hank, you're the guest. You answer whatever you want to answer.
Here's the problem in New York City, okay? Every contested election is usually a precursor to a significant ethno-demographic shift. So you pay attention to number one. But number two, what's really important today is the number of absentee ballots coming in. And the absentee ballots coming in are 30 to 40% higher than normal. And guess who organized people to turn in their absentee ballots?
AOC.
And Mondami.
Yes, same. One and the same, right? Wow. So Hank, to your point, what are your thoughts? I mean, because a lot of absentee ballots, how big of a concern? And you know what? I think it's important to talk about some of the issues of Mondami. We were talking about the debates last night, and I had John, you joined me right after the last debate. And some of the things, I mean, about the defund the police, about, whether there should be officers on the subway. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there, Hank.
Listen, the way to take him out is not what most of these campaigns are doing. The way to take him out is really to talk about, put up an ad that says, have him saying no someplace, or animate them out and say, did you ever run a sanitation department that services a city of over 8 million people? No. You ever run a police department? No. You ever run a parks department? No. You ever been involved putting police in a subway system that has 700 miles of mainline track? No. You got to make this about he's not right for the job because he's not experienced enough, which is a lot different because anything else gets turned into anti-Muslim thinking, whether we like it or not, whether we agree or not.
And by the way, Hank, they did do. Cuomo did do that during the last debate and said, "Look, you've only run such a minuscule department." And Peter King, go ahead.
Yeah, Hank, I was going to ask you: is there any hope for the Democrats coming off this death spiral? Listen, I'm a strong Republican, but I would love to see a Democratic Party with Ed Koch and Joe Lieberman types, Joe Manchin types. Is there any hope for that, or is that far gone?
That's gone. Why? Because the Democrats there is no Democrat Party. What there are is a bunch of Klan speak, and they don't agree with each other, and they have specific interests that are generally not about politics, but about lifestyle and or values. That's not what a party is about. A party is about politics and about power. They think power comes from clanship. We know that power comes from strength and organization. That's not what they believe.
Let's go back to Tammany Hall.
Well, I'm a Tammany Hall. I believe in boss rule, and I believe in people fighting to get the boss out of power, which is good news. Because when you don't have that, what you have is two stagnant entities, both of whom, frankly, are not in the best shape, both the Republicans and Democrats, because they're both in extremes. The Democrats are splintering faster. The Republicans, won't splinter because of the South and the Midwest, and just the general sense that the Democrats don't represent people who work for a living anymore, and they don't. The Democrats are perceived as being a leaders party that represents Los Angeles, New York, and Washington. And that's not what people in this country are looking for.
I don't want to be overly parochial, but I think Judge Weinberg would agree, probably John and Rita. I think Jesse Garcia and Suffolk and Joe Cairo and Nassau have mastered that. They have built organizations, and they're weeding out the wackos, and they're putting both parties really in the mainstream, both Nassau and Suffolk.
I am a fan of Jesse Garcia's, and I'm a fan of Joe Cairo's because they've done what political bosses are supposed to do. Not what people think political bosses are supposed to do. And that is the difference, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, those two are great guys. You're right, great leaders. And we had a little breaking news, and I want to get your reaction, Hank.
Breaking news, WABC.
So this just coming in, Hank and everybody, Letitia James, the New York Attorney General, according to the New York Post, is probing local cops for misconduct for working with the Trump administration and ICE. That apparently the AG's office, according to the New York Post, is targeting any cooperation between local law enforcement officials and federal agencies, including ICE and Customs and Border Protection and Homeland Security. I mean, that's where she should be spending her time, Hank?
Ma'am, please, the statute, her power, first of all, she has no authority to do this, number one. Number two, her criminal authority to do anything comes when she positions herself during a re-election as someone who is involved in drug deals and gun seizures. That's crap. Her authority to do any kind of criminal activity comes from the legislature, and it only applies to nursing home and Medicaid violations, number one. Number two, the power to investigate misconduct by cops only has to do with shootings, and that has been given to her by the governor, which is permissible. She has no authority to do anything else but be frankly, the person that's a safe lawyer and to be a consumer advocate, none of which she's done very well. So this is an entirely political person who really should be removed from office by the voters next year.
Hank Shankoff, thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your common sense. And we have to take a hard break, and we'll have you again real soon.
John, all the best, and all the best to everybody on the panel.
Thank you, Hank.
Thank you, Hank. We love having you on, Hank.
Let's take that break, and we're coming back with Homeland Security. Let's see what Tricia McLaughlin has to say.
And now, Joe Concha sounds off.
It's the best unintentional comedy out there.
More after this.
Donate now to toysfortots.org. Working year-round, delivering hope to children at Christmas time and beyond. In 2024, Toys for Tots provided over 30 million toys to nearly 13 million children in need. Donate now. Go to toysfortots.org. Since 1947, Toys for Tots has distributed 708 million toys to 314 million deserving children. Working year-round. Toys for Tots. Donate now. Go to toysfortots.org. There's something happening in St. Petersburg, Florida, and resort living could be yours with 361 days of sunshine when you live at the residences at 400 Central in St. Petersburg, Florida. Opening this fall. Call 727-205-8517. That's 727-205-8517. The residences at 400 Central in St. Petersburg, Florida. Go to 400central.com. That's the number 400central.com.
And now, Joe Concha sounds off.
The media telling us that there aren't actually riots going on in Los Angeles and other parts of the country right now, despite the fact that you will literally see a reporter saying that actually this is fiery but mostly peaceful, and they say it with a straight face, while behind them there are buildings and cars burning. It looks like the end of Die Hard in the Nakatomi Plaza. So yes, don't believe your lying eyes. We're telling you the truth. Now, it's funny because we have polls that show that the two lowest polling entities in terms of trust are the media and ding, 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 Democrats, which are basically the same entity. And at this point, the media has completely beclowned itself once again with the way they have covered the LA riots. And yes, they are riots.
Keep listening for more entertaining and informative opinions from Joe Concha.
Divorce isn't failure. It's a fresh start. The Staten Island law firm of Anjuli and Gentili, the Fresh Start people, helping folks just like you for over 40 years. Walk with confidence. Call 718-816-0005 or visit aglawnyc.com.
Many dedicated first responders and service members like Austin Reese have paid a high price for the safety and freedom we enjoy. Austin served 3 deployments to Iraq, spending 13 years with the Navy Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit. He learned to skydive on the job and became a military freefall instructor. But in what was thought to be a routine jump, something went terribly wrong. Austin hit the ground at 65 miles an hour. In that moment, his life changed forever. Austin broke his pelvis, ankle, and he suffered a spinal cord injury that left him paralyzed. You helped Austin restore his dignity, independence, and hope for the future. And in doing so, you honored his service in the most meaningful way. Help heroes like Austin. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
The views and opinions expressed by the individual hosts and their guests do not necessarily reflect the policies or positions of WABC Radio, its management, or its sponsors.
It's a common sense recap of the big stories. It's Katz and Cosby on 77 WABC.
And joining us now from the Homeland Security Department is the Deputy Secretary, also the spokesperson there. We love her, Tricia McLaughlin. Tricia, we're so happy to have you here. Did you hear this breaking news? This is amazing. We were just talking about this. It just crossed that New York Attorney General Letitia James is probing local cops in New York for misconduct for working with the Trump administration and ICE and Homeland Security, according to the New York Post. What do you make of that?
Rita, I just heard when listening to you all, so thank you for the breaking news. I mean, it's unbelievable. They have so many issues right now in New York City. Such a great city. It's been flooded with illegal immigrants, sanctuary city policy, so that we cannot get these child molesters, get these rapists, get these convicted murderers, get these gang members out of the city. And for her to spend her time, resources, and New York taxpayer dollars on this is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it is incredible.
Tricia, I agree with you 110%. And, we had Eric Adams on our show on Thursday or Friday.
Yep, exactly, last week, right.
And Eric Adams is 100% behind the president, is behind Pam Bondi. He said nice things about Pam Bondi, and,
yes.
And he wants to do a great job. And my answer to Eric Adams was, since Albany can't do the job for you, Mayor Adams, maybe Washington will do the job for you.
Good for you, John. I'm so glad you did. But I think that this also speaks to a broader theme we're seeing go on with Democrats. Is so many of them are just rudderless. They don't have a message, and they're doubling down on everything that they lost on in 2024, whether it be mass illegal immigration, which we see Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass continuing to fight for, saying they're not going to end these riots until we stop doing ICE raids, which of course the president has been clear, we're not going to stop. We're going to continue to get the worst criminal illegal aliens off of our streets. But then you also see it with things like men and women's sports and the weaponization of the law and of law enforcement that now we're seeing with Letitia James. This is why Donald Trump won.
Yeah, and Tricia, the other thing too, what about all these protests that took place? All of these horrible anti-ICE protests. I get so angry when I see, like in Portland, for example, rioters, they breached an ICE building with explosives and rocks. I mean, it's getting very dangerous in certain cities, obviously LA and other places. How concerned just that, do we have the manpower?
We are concerned, and we have seen a 400% increase in assaults against our ICE law enforcement officers. And, this is part of the reason we need the big, beautiful bill to pass in Congress, is because we need additional resources. That bill would provide the funding to have 10,000 additional ICE enforcement officers on the ground. I mean, just seeing these riots, as you said, they're being outnumbered, they're being assaulted. They had Molotov cocktails thrown at them. We've seen pallets of bricks being thrown at them, just generally assaulted. It's despicable to watch, but I do think Americans can be incredibly proud of our brave ICE enforcement officers, our Marines, our National Guard, who in the face of such taunting and hatred and assault at the hands of these rioters, they have stood with such patriotism and dignity, and it does make me so proud to be an American, Rita.
Absolutely. They are standing fast, and we are standing with them for sure. Tricia, Congressman Peter King is here.
Yeah, Tricia, great to talk to you. Do me a favor, say hello to my former colleague, Kristi Noem, please. She's doing a great job. And also, are you finding more local governments that may be behind the scenes, be more cooperative? Are any of them getting the message that this is what the American people want?
I think in Congressman, I will absolutely share that message with Secretary Noem. She's, I know, a big fan of yours as well. I think we are seeing increased amount of cooperation, especially when it comes to this 287G program that we've been touting, deputizing state and local law enforcement to really carry out these immigration enforcement operations. They know their communities, they know where a lot of these illegal aliens are being harbored, and so we can really target them in a very specific way. So we have been seeing increased increase cooperation, but we want to see more of that, and we want to see it more out of New York City. We want to see it more out of Los Angeles, which of course we have not, and Chicago as well. And that's what the president spoke about last night in Truth Social.
Two things, Tricia. One thing, when people are objecting to the Marines, we set them straight on WABC. We're saying the Marines are there for one reason: protect the federal buildings, to allow the police department to do their job in controlling the crowds. And at that point, nobody else had any answers for that, because I think that's the right answer.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw what happened in 2020, John. We all did. We saw America's great cities burning because our state and local law enforcement either couldn't or wouldn't handle the chaos that ensued from these rioters. And so thank God President Trump had the foresight and the moral courage to call in the National Guard and to call in the Marines to make sure that our cities are safe. And like you said, our federal law enforcement buildings are safe.
Tricia, we have about less than a minute left. What do you want to tell the American people? You know what they're all thinking. They all want to know what the heck is going on in the world. Whatever. I'm not going to put you on the spot. That's what I'm saying to you. What do you want to tell them?
John, I think something that's so important for the American people to know, especially amid these riots, is that 75% of the arrests that this administration has done with ICE have been of illegal aliens that have prior convictions. So you're going to hear a lot from the media on how these are innocent people and they're day laborers. It's simply not true. 75% have a prior conviction. And also, there doesn't need to be a single arrest, John, because if you're in this country illegally, you can self-support. The U.S. government, the U.S. taxpayer, so generously offering to give you $1,000 and a free flight home, and maybe you can return the right legal way.
Tricia, thank you so much. Mark Levin is going to yell at us for interfering in his show.
Thank you,
for
Tricia.
coming on.
Thank you. Keep up the great work. Thank you.
And what do we all stand for? Truth,
justice, and the American way.
God bless America.
WABC New York, WRCR Haverstraw, and 107.1 WLIR Hampton Bays.
77 WABC News Time at 6:06. Your forecast, what you see is what you get. Tonight, mostly cloudy with drizzle, the low 62. Tomorrow looks mostly cloudy and humid, the chance of a thunderstorm, the high 70. We have 68 degrees. It's cloudy outside our Midtown studios. I'm Lisa Ritchie. Remember, the news never stops at WABCRadio.com.
Mark Levin, Talk Radio, 77, WABC.
Number 877-381-3811, 877-381-3811. I want to thank you. I spent several weeks here, and now they've exposed themselves. That is, individuals who have glommed onto the MAGA movement, Donald Trump's movement, to try and hijack it, to try and grift off it, to try and whore themselves as a result of it. And we've exposed them. You and I. We've exposed them. Most of them are anti-American, while they keep talking about America first. Israel is winning this war that started Friday evening as we were on the air here. It's only Monday evening. They have fought a spectacular war thus far. Not a single American soldier has been involved in any direct way, firing bullets or having bullets fired at them. Thank God. And yet the fake MAGA that has spent years lying to you, deceiving you, separating you from your money, they're very upset tonight because their team, Islamo-Nazi regime in Tehran, is losing. They have coddled these regimes in the Middle East. They have coddled a war criminal, Putin. They want you to believe that patriotism is isolationism, even in the face of a country, a regime like Iran, that has killed 603 American soldiers, that has maimed thousands of American soldiers, and then fake MAGA is telling you that they stand for the United States military. Well, they're undermining the United States military and our assets that are in place throughout the world, not just the Middle East, throughout the world. Many of our military assets in the Middle East had nothing to do with Israel. Chadwick Tarleton, his favorite murderous monarchical regime, has the biggest United States base in the Middle East. He hasn't said that ought to close down. He hasn't said we ought to withdraw our troops and our jets from that base. No, he's busy wet kissing the dictator monarch of Qatar, which has funded Hamas, which gave aid and comfort and cover and safe haven to the mastermind of 9/11 when our FBI was about to nab him. The Qatari monarchy gave him a passport and a plane out of the country. A year or two later, he attacked us on 9/11. Chatsworth Tarleton sucked up that monarchy and that regime. And he wants you to believe he's America first. And he wants you to believe he cares about the cops and the firefighters. They died in those towers. He wants you to believe he cares about our military when he could care less. He hasn't called for the closure of the main base in Qatar, has he? That's our biggest base. With a base in Iraq. Israel didn't put the base in Iraq. That base in Iraq isn't there for Israel. When we went to war with Iraq, we put the base in Iraq. So why are they focused on Israel, fake MAGA? Because most of them are Jew haters and anti-Semites. And most of them are America haters. Not all, but most. Starting with Chatsworth Tarleton. How do they support our troops? By telling them they're not needed? Is that how they support our troops? I don't think so. These guys are thugs. And you challenge them in a substantive or intellectual way, they try to smear you. So you got to get down into the gutter and duke it out with them. And what President Trump sees, what I see, what more and more people see, is that these people are not only paper tigers, they're loathsome, absolutely loathsome. They have nothing in common with you. Chatsworth Tarleton is a trust fund baby from the Swanson frozen food dynasty. He went to prep school. He's got a preppy, sort of effeminate way about him. The way he speaks, and the way he laughs, the way he carries himself. He wants to be a regular guy, you see, so he shows up at UFC events. Regular guy. Tough guy. His team is losing. So he trashes Donald Trump. those of you who voted for Donald Trump, those of you who support his policies, those of you who want to defeat the Democrats and the left. He does not. Because now he's trashing Donald Trump. It's only a matter of time. So are the comedians that surround him and his ilk. Comedians that aren't funny, that don't even tell jokes. They just are a joke. And most of them have never lifted a finger for this country. And I don't even mean in battle. I just mean even supporting our troops, supporting our cops, supporting our firefighters. How have they? When you are defending a regime in Iran, they're not just opposed to quote-unquote war. They are defending right now the regime in Iran. The regime in Iran is about to fall in a few more weeks if the Israelis are left to finish them off. But they think they have a lifeline in Chatsworth to Tarleton. They think that they have a lifeline in the jokes of these comedians who are podcasters. With a young generation of people who happen to be among the most patriotic in the country. They feed on them. They lie to them. They sell them. They sell them hate for their own country, for our military, for Jews. And notice there aren't evangelical Christians among them either. Have you noticed that? The vast majority of evangelical Christians and evangelical Christian leaders, like my dear friend Pastor John Hagee and so many others, they don't stand with these reprobates. They want nothing to do with these reprobates. I'll tell you why. Evangelical Christians and people of good faith all over the world, and especially in this audience and in this country, they love the Holy Land, and they know what will happen to the Holy Land. They know what will happen to the birthplace of Judaism and Christianity. They know what will happen if the Islamo-Nazis have their way. The things I tell you, the things we talk about, they're not imaginary. It's not fear-mongering. That's what they do. Were we hit on 9/11 or not? Who hit us? We have a whole TSA program. Every time you get on an airplane, you have to be hassled and so forth. Why is that? To protect us from Jews and Christians? Or Islamists and jihadis? Who is it that's trying to assassinate our president? Marxists, madmen, and Islamists based in Tehran. That's reality. That's a fact. Now we all know. We all know of this ilk. We all know what we're dealing with here. A cancer, a poison. We've got Marxists, we've got Islamists, and these anti-American, un-American isolationists who, just like the Islamists and the Marxists, use the American flag, wrap themselves in the American flag, and insist that you agree with them or you're not a patriot. What have they done to support our military? Other than say, don't use our military. Obviously, it is a very serious matter when our military is entered into combat. And we elected a man, Donald Trump, our commander-in-chief, who's well aware of that. We know what he did in his first term. But people forget, in his first term, the same fake MAGA, the same Tarleton's, among others, trashed him and attacked him. When he took out Soleimani. Who was Soleimani? Soleimani was the chief organizer, strategist for the Iranian military and intelligence attacks around the world. He was the right hand of Khomeini. He was killing our soldiers. He was maiming our soldiers. Trump took him out. And Tarleton and his ilk attacked Trump, said they would start World War III. Well, is there World War III? And by the way, tell me which Arab country wants to join with Iran. Not one. Maybe Qatar. And maybe if Qatarlson likes Qatar so much, rather than hiding in Maine in his little hovel, maybe he should go there, where he'll be fully welcomed. Or maybe he can go to Moscow, where he likes the subway system. Just a thought. As he basically lives in hiding. He's a weird, perverse dude. Weird. It's okay. He's unraveling. He's panicking. He's going to a couple of his friends. Some of whom are my friends, I thought. Going to a couple of his friends. And he relies on a few of these website phony news operations to give him the attention he wants. He's jealous beyond belief of Fox News. He's jealous beyond belief of conservative talk radio. He's jealous beyond belief of Sean Hannity and Ben Shapiro and a host of others. I told you, he's a trust fund preppy. That's what he is. Expects to be hand to success. It's multimillionaires and billionaires that fund his projects. I don't have multimillionaires and billionaires that fund what I do. I live or die by radio ratings. I live or die by TV ratings. That's how I function. That's what we do. My books either sell or they don't sell. It's called the market system. I don't have a billionaire buying my books. I don't have a billionaire setting me up in a studio. I don't have any of that stuff. And I don't want it. He does. He can't survive without millionaires and billionaires, quote unquote, going in business with him. Can he? No, he can't. He's a false prophet. He's also a moron. Don't let that preppy tone, that effeminate tone, substitute for intelligence. How intelligent can you be to be rooting for Iran? It's really quite simple, America. It's really black and white, isn't it? I want you to hear what the president said on the way out when a reporter threw a question to him, Mr. Producer. Nice and loud. Cut 25. Go.
What is your response to Tucker Carlson criticizing you, saying that you're complicit in the war?
I don't know what Tucker Carlson is saying. Let him go get a television network and say it so that people listen.
What he's saying is he really doesn't have a following other than that little cabal of his and so forth. He works so hard on social media to get his hits. I don't live on social media. I will post there, but that's not where I live. Now he's attacking the President of the United States as complicit in war because he's backing an ally. He's not sending in 250,000 troops, no. But he's backing an ally. And in Qatarlson's world, if you back an ally against an Islamist Nazi regime that wants to destroy us, you're the problem. No, he's the cancer. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin on 77 WABC.
Tax Network USA is celebrating America's birthday by giving you 10% off all services through July 4th. Now, if you missed the April 15th deadline or owe back taxes, don't wait. You need Tax Network USA right now. They have an edge, a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know who to deal with and who to avoid, and they won't back down until they get the best settlement for you. Call 800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/Levin, Levin.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to HIMS.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
The following is a paid issue advertisement.
New Yorkers are already struggling with high costs. So why are politicians in Albany trying to pass extreme new regulations that would make groceries and other everyday products more expensive? Don't they keep promising to lower costs? Legislators are rushing through yet another senseless tax plan, and they're considering legislation that's disguised as an environmental solution. Instead, it will increase costs on consumers and local businesses, including higher costs on food and beverages. It will even force some production lines to halt, risking good-paying union jobs, and in some cases, removing household goods from store shelves. Instead of taking a radical approach, legislators should improve recycling without raising costs on shoppers and local businesses. Call your assembly member at 518-455-4100. Tell them to join working families and small businesses in opposing A1749. Brought to you by New Yorkers for Better Recycling, paid for by the American Beverage Association.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times, some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Stay connected to 77 WABC. We are entertaining and informative with Nielsen rated #1.
7 times in the morning. That's me.
With updates from 77 WABC News.
That's what's trending at WABCRadio.com.
And the 77 WABC app.
Ask 10 people to define the word capitalism. How many different responses do you think you'll get? This is a word that comes up all the time, but does anyone, do you know what it actually means? Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses. That's right, free online courses. Learn about the United States Constitution, the stories of the book of Genesis, the rise and fall of the Roman Republic, or the history of the ancient Christian church with Hillsdale College's free online courses. Hillsdale recently launched a new course, Understanding Capitalism, and I've been watching it. It is compelling. In 7 lectures, you'll learn about the role of profit and loss, how human nature plays a role in our economic system, and why capitalism is, ultimately, a system that encourages morality rather than undermines it. Go right now to levinforhillsdale.com to enroll. There's absolutely no cost. It's easy to get started. That's LEVIN for Hillsdale.com to register for free. levinforhillsdale.com.
He's passionate.
Just pathetic.
He's funny.
Get off the phone, you big dope.
And you always learn something. Mark Levin is on the radio.
I think probably the dumbest member of the House of Representatives has to be this Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, 99.9% of America don't even know who the hell I'm talking about. Probably a big percentage of the people in our own district don't know who the hell I'm talking about. She's decided to side with the Islamo-Nazi regime in Tehran. She's decided to side with your boy, Chadsworth, Tarleton. See, ladies and gentlemen, the choice is not clear. It's either real MAGA or fake MAGA. You either support the Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump or these hangers-on, these grifters, these bleeding hemorrhoids of the body politic. I'll be right back. Pure Talk, my wireless company, a veteran-led company, believes every man and woman who has faithfully served this country deserves to proudly fly an American flag that was made in America. That's why Pure Talk is on a mission to give an allegiance flag, the highest quality American flag ever, to 1,000 U.S. veterans in time for the patriotic holidays. Switch your cell phone service to Pure Talk today. Know that you're supporting a company that will be providing these high-quality flags made in America to deserving veterans with plans from just $25 a month for unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data. You can enjoy America's most dependable 5G network while cutting your cell phone bill, in many cases, in half. The average Pure Talk family saves over $1,000 a year. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword Mark Levin, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will get you switched hassle-free in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250 and say Mark Levin to switch to a wireless company that supports our veterans. Switch to Pure Talk.
WABC Traffic and Transit.
Sponsored by D'Agostino and Associates, the injury firm. Call 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222. North on the Henry Hudson Parkway at 96th Street, an accident blocks a lane. And then westbound Staten Island Expressway at Bradley Avenue, a crash blocks 2 lanes. In New Jersey, east on Route 4, just before Farragut Street, a collision involving a minibus. And north on 208 at Maple Avenue, there's a crash. We have delays on the northbound 4 and 5 trains with a signal problem near Bowling Green. And the B's and Q's have delays after a broken rail that was repaired. That's 77 WABC Traffic and Transit. I'm Lisa Ritchie.
Accident victims. I'm John D'Agostino from D'Agostino and Associates, the injury firm. 1-800-BITE-BACK. 1-800-248-3222. Call me for a free consultation. D'Agostino Law Bite Back.
Lunch was great. Greenwich Village is a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scoring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Tell your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
The business world is evolving, but saving wherever possible remains smart business. That's why PSE&G designed many different programs to help you save on energy costs. Our experts will help find the energy solutions that are the right fit for you, your business, and your world. Because saving energy impacts so much more than your bottom line. Connect with a PSE&G Energy Efficiency Advisor to learn more at pseg.com/business savings.
Hey, Douglas, I'm thrilled to announce that the band and Yellow Fudge will be in our area on June the 25th at the Bergen Performing Arts Center in Englewood, New Jersey. Vanilla Fudge was one of the first American groups to create the psychedelic rock sound that would eventually morph into heavy metal. With 3 albums in the top 100, they toured with Jimi Hendrix, Cream, Janis Joplin, Jefferson Airplane, and many, many others. Vanilla Fudge tickets are selling fast, cousins. Get yours now at Ticketmaster.com or go to BergenPack.org. That's Bergen, B-A-C, like in pack.org.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The doctor's office that accidentally mixed up your files has your social security number.
The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info. And the hotel that lost your reservation has your passport number. You need LifeLock because your personal info is in endless places that can expose you to identity thieves. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Driving liberal elites crazy with a dose of common sense. This is the Mike Levin Show. The Mike Levin Show.
The Mark Levin Show, live and national at 877-381-3811.
It's a great honor to have on the program right now Ron Dermer, Minister of Strategic Affairs. He's the former ambassador